thanks to those of you who have actually done that. And remember, keep sharing as well. So in December 2025, the United States government, or should I say especially the United States Congress, started a public hearing on the killings going on in Nigeria, which is tagged the Christian genocide in Nigeria. The moment the Nigerian authority, the Nigerian government sensed that this could actually really lead to some sanctions against Nigeria, they moved swiftly to counter the supposed narrative, forgetting the fact that for years, the victims of the Fulani terrorism, the Islamic jihadists who have been, targeting the Christian communities in the northern part of Nigeria, right? Their victims have been able to have their voices, their stories heard in the Congress of the United States of America. Even though back home, the government of Nigeria continued to pamper the terrorists, especially at the time. So when they sensed that a possible sanction or possible sanctions are coming their ways, so they went straight into work to try to change the narrative, not to counter the problems, but to counter the narrative. But it was almost too late, because this was after the president of the United States redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, where people are being persecuted because of their faith. So in this regard, Nigeria did not just pop up into that world attention of Christians being killed in Nigeria. They did their starts all over the world. They said the Christians killed in Nigeria in a single year is so massive that it drowned the rest of other countries where Christians are being persecuted. This is what got their attention. So the Nigerian government then went straight into an overdrive, propaganda overdrive, by trying to say, oh yeah, there are other Nigerians being killed. So why is it that America is singling out the Christians? That was their own argument. They said that didn't all go well. In the process, Nigerian government, some selected Islamists in Nigeria, some other extremists took to all platforms to try to warn everyone that if the narrative of Christian genocide in Nigeria should be allowed to pass, that it will lead to religious crisis. It will lead to Muslims fighting Christians. Now, this whole narratives or this whole argument keeps going because they were mostly sponsored by the government of Nigeria too. They didn't stop there. Some of the aides of the president of Nigeria went all over the country, all over the world, different media houses, in their effort to say no, there were Christians being killed in Nigeria. There were Nigerians being killed. There were Muslims being killed in Nigeria, not just Christians. So the idea of Christians being killed in Nigeria or genocided in Nigeria is the figment of the imagination of those who are peddling it, forgetting the fact that this is like a collection of years of the survivors, their testimonies, their stories and all of that, which has gotten the attention of the world. They didn't care. So things went on enough that, there were some actions taken by the US government, but they said out of the 8 possible actions against Nigeria, right? First, the redesignation, the second, or the target and the airstrike, and possibly the fourth, and more other things that are in the pipeline. If Nigeria government continue to pamper the terrorists or fail to show that they are indeed capable of ending the killings. Again, while this was going on, rather than for Nigerian government to actually really go after the real terrorists, the Fulani terrorists in this sense, and make efforts to returning people, displaced people back to their homes, because that's part of the condition. If you have ended the terrorism, or if you are in charge of your own security to protect the people, to prove this, you need to send these millions of people that have been displaced from their homes, right, by these terrorists. You need to return them back to their homes, and they should be safely returned back and go back to their lives. Until you prove that, So it's still going to be very difficult to say you're actually tackling the problem. But Nigerian government didn't do that. They didn't do that. So Ribadu traveled to Washington with the police IG, the defense chief of defense staff, and a few others like that. They went straight to Washington to go make a deal that seemed like to buy time. First, they promised to cooperate with America indeed, and they wanted the American government to drop the narrative of the Christian genocide in Nigeria. But yeah, they will prove it to them that this is not Christian genocide, the blah, the blah, the blah. So the rumor had it then that they were able to stock a $2 billion arms deal where Nigeria received some arms supplies from the US in the effort to combat these terrorists in Nigeria, again, buying time. But unfortunately for Nigeria, or this government, the Fulani terrorists then increased, more or less like tripled their target on churches. They went to Kwara, kidnapped people, killed people inside the church. During the church service, they killed people and kidnapped others. They went to Kogi, right? They killed and kidnapped people inside church. So this did not really go well with the expected outcome of the Tifnumbu's propaganda drive at the time, right? So the government of Nigeria then went into a secret deal, but this is how they did it. Office of Referendum, that is National Security Advisor to Tifnumbu, went into a deal with a law firm in Kaduna. So this law firm in Kaduna now struck a deal with a DCI group or DCL group, a lobbyist PR group in America. And why did they hire them? Well, this Kaduna law firm was able to cough out $9 million. Again, this is not money towards rehabilitating the victims of terrorism in Nigeria. It is not to return the victims back to their homes. No, it is to try to counter an already established, fact-checked killings in Nigeria, documented series of killings in Nigeria, especially the Christian killings. The Nigerian government is not doing anything to convince the people that these killings will stop and the perpetrators will be brought to book. No, they committed $9 million to try to see how they can change the narrative. If the world is not hearing them that, yes, people are being killed in Nigeria. In fact, they are killing more Muslims than Christians. That if the world is not hearing them in the last 3 months and the American government is not convinced, maybe if we pay an American lobbyist to help us, right, tell the American Congress, convince them that all the facts, all the evidence they have in their possession, including the trip that one of them took to Nigeria to go and see things for himself, that an American firm could possibly help them, right, change the stand of the American government. Because, to be honest, until Donald Trump tweeted about the killings in Nigeria, the criminals in charge of Nigeria didn't see any reason to actually be responsible for the people they are supposed to be protecting. They were giving themselves awards. They were patting themselves on the back, telling themselves that they have done so well. People are just criticizing, despite the fact that daily, the report of killings, the report of attacks, the report of kidnappings continue to rent the air, right? They kept telling themselves that they are doing fine. They are doing well. They are just people, this problem, it didn't meet the problem. It didn't create the problem. It met the problem. Until Donald Trump tweeted. That was when they started running helter skelter. That's when they started showing us that, they will have a military that could actually go after them. The blood. Oh, we need more arms. We need more, you know what I mean? So they started showing, but all of that are, again, just for show. Behind the scene, there is no concrete legal process to prosecute the terrorist, prosecute their sponsor in Nigeria. Nothing concrete, just talks. That's why they are able to cough out this much money. And I think they have already started spending it. I don't they see Oyinbos talking about the killings in Nigeria, people who have never been to Nigeria themselves, right? Suddenly they want to tell Nigerians, tell the world that no, there are killings in Nigeria, but this killings is not targeted, it's not Christian. Yeah. And in this day and time of social media, so it's easier to see through. And Nigerians are beginning to say, 9 million don't they start the work, Abi? I've started hearing Americans who are now speaking for Nigeria on behalf of Nigeria to say these killings are not happening. We have them in the UK too, and they are going to spend that money very well. But is that going to really be able to bury the truth? Like tackling the problem originally, like going after the bill sponsor and the terrorist, wouldn't that just kind of like save them so much money trying to use a PR machine to retell the narrative? Just cash out and walk away, sort of. Here is one of them.
Well, everyone we've spoken to, including people in the US, but I mean, the most authoritative sources are obviously going to be coming from civic groups in Nigeria. And the view we've been getting is that there's a major security crisis in Nigeria. And I think the ACLED security trackers have said over 10,000 people were killed in violent attacks last year, which is a kind of low-level conflict level. I mean, if you think about the number of people that have been killed in Ukraine or Sudan, you're heading up to those sorts of figures. But that is across the board. That is Muslims, that is Christians, that is people of other faiths, and indeed atheists. I mean, every person, every citizen could be subjected to this violence. And I think that's the point, that it's not a targeted against one particular faith. Everyone is tied up in it. And I think it's had more resonance, shall we say, in the US, where the religious right and the Christian lobby groups are extremely powerful. And that's why it seems to have taken flight as a kind of propaganda meme that's gone out, and it's pushed the government into acting. Well, everyone we
ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún sí lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún sí lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí.
People will understand the prayer. You can help us interpret that to that, to that man. They've started. He's never been to Nigeria, no. The $9 million have started working. Okay. Oh, people with, you see, there are people, there are insecurity issues in Nigeria. There are people being killed in Nigeria. Last year, there are over 10,000 people are killed in Nigeria. So they started using people in place of those who have kept a record of their own victims in the last, in the last 10 years that they have been under this constant violence from the same ethnic group, the Fulani terrorist. And then the Islamic terrorist group, the ISWAP, Boko Haram, and the Lakurawas. So those who are their victims, those who have had their children snatched from them, right, by these terrorists are never to be seen again. And you may not probably care, but these are the survivors. These are the families of the victims. They keep record. And yeah, these are things that are not just, they are not low-level crimes, low-level crises. You get what I mean? So now, the American lobbyists have started working. And yeah, the reaction, because it's like the American Congress too, they themselves have started the second phase of their own, sort of like, you can call it a follow-up. Because to them, like that guy said, the Christian groups, or the Christian lobbyist group, as you might want to, or religious groups in America, they are very powerful. And in this instance, right, it actually took the victims more than 5 years to be able to get to this stage. That is the one that Tinubu and his regime want to try to manipulate and turn it into, oh, it is the Biafrans, it is the IPOB that reported them to the US. Yes, IPOB reported the killings in eastern part of Nigeria. the Islamists and the target to Islamize Nigeria and kill the people of Nigeria. Yes, they've always been reporting that that is human rights violation. They have. But what about the people, the victims from Benue, Plateau, Taraba, Yobe, Adamawa, Sokoto, even in Borno State, Borno, Niger? What about those victims? What about those churches and those church clergies, that have been killed, kidnapped, slaughtered, killed by these terrorists? All these things have been documented. You may not be interested because they've told you not to probably demarket Nigeria. You don't want to demarket Nigeria. But you know something? When the supposed National Assembly of Nigeria, the government of Nigeria, decided to side with the terrorists and their sponsors, sympathize with them, while they continue, right, to traumatize their victims. So they finally got their voice heard somewhere else. And Nigerian government want to reduce that to, oh, they are just using propaganda to make us look bad. Who is making you look bad? You or people that have reported your collusion? So here, from some of their conversation on this matter, hearing that Nigerian government actually paid $9 million to try to convince the American government, right, that what they have as evidence of killings in Nigeria, targeting of Christians in Nigeria, they are not true. Just by hiring speakers that will appear on CNN, appear on Nigerian TV, because they also need them to validate this. They say, look at this Oyibo now. Oyibo, they talk so. This Oyibo is saying that there is nothing like that. It is because American politics, the blah, the blah. They are all going to be all over the place. And remember, one of the problems that Tinubu is currently believed to be troubling him right now, to actually be troubling him, is that to push this their Muslim ticket again, is becoming almost like a death sentence politically. So there are rumors that he would probably be dropping a shitty man in the effort to try to convince all this effort to convince America, what are they doing to convince Nigerians that Nigerians will be safe? We're going to get to that. So here, from the first part of their conversation, and a survivor who is also a guest in this hearing, sharing his own story, the Yelwata survivor, right? Now let's start with this.
When President Trump reinstated that CPC designation. And here's why. Because we know that there has to be some external pressure to help change and shape behavior. And as we were moving through this and we were having our briefings and we were understanding what was going on, and I believe, if he hasn't spoken already, I believe Riley Moore will be here as well, and some of the work that he had done. We were in on some joint hearings. And I knew that I wanted to get a trip over to Nigeria. We had a very compressed calendar with what was going on, but I had a dedicated and great group of folks, bipartisan group, that went over December 19. We were there till December 22. Yes, do the math. It was more time on airplanes than it was on the ground, but it was very, very effective. When we landed on Saturday, we almost immediately went into a dinner with the head of the NSA, Mr. Rabadu, and Minister Musa, and a number of others. The foreign minister was not there. He was with the president. He was with President Tinubu in Lagos at the time. But it was a large, productive, long dinner, and I thought that was helpful. At the end of that dinner, I was talking to Minister Musa, former General Musa, and he was asking, well, what does tomorrow look like? And I indicated to him that we would be actually going to a church service, a Christian Reformed church service, and the head of the Christian Reformed Church Nigeria, Reverend Magaji, has become a good friend, and he and I had never met in person, but we had met a number of times over Zoom. And we were going to the church, and Minister Musa said, where is it, and what's the name of it, and I may join you. Well, sure enough, he came. And I felt like that was a bit of a turning point. I hope it was a turning point. He ended up doing a number of interviews after the church service as well, where he reinforced this notion of this not just being hooligans and people that were out. He was calling them out with ill intent. He was calling them terrorists. And I think that's the appropriate language to be using. And no doubt, Nigeria is extremely complicated. There's a number of factors. I keep getting asked by the media, yeah, but this isn't just about religion. And as I actually said to a reporter yesterday, I said, could you tell me what conflict in the world is only about religion? Right? It's about power. It is about money. It's about a number of things that always are happening there. But I think some of my colleagues are denying the flip side of the coin when they say, well, this is just about herdsmen and property owners and conflict. Well, they are missing the other side of that coin, which is the religious motivation behind oftentimes those actions. And we have to acknowledge that. They haven't seemed to have been able to acknowledge that. I hope that they're able to come along and understand that and be able to acknowledge that. But you know, we saw the strike happen on Christmas Day. I kind of wondered to myself if they would have maybe delayed it a little bit because we were in country. I'm glad we didn't find out. But we still saw, however, attacks afterwards, and we know that this has not been fixed. Now, I'm not anticipating that this is a just flip a switch kind of moment, but we have to see a commitment, not just words, out of the Tinubu government. We have to see actions. As part of our meetings that we had there, we met with the governor of Plateau State as well, and heard his perspective about some legislative actions that were going on about the debate about whether states should have their own police force as well versus just relying on a national police force that oftentimes isn't as responsive as it needs to be. The debate about whether others besides the Fulani who should be able to have weapons for self-defense. There's a number of debates.
So his own team, they met with Ribadu, Musa, and his own impression was that as that meeting was supposed to be like productive, that in that meeting, Musa actually referred to these people, these killers, as terrorists. Okay, so they are not herdsmen and all of that. So the other part of the political divide in America, who seems to be opposing the action of the U.S. against these terrorists in Nigeria, or even against the Nigerian government, are not seeing it kind of like clearly that, yeah, there may be the resource part, the resources part, the mineral resources part. But there is also a part which is the motivation, religion. So it may be all multifaceted. Muslims are being killed, Christians are being killed. Who are those killing them? Of course, they should be identified. We know them, we have identified them. So what should then happen is that everybody should collaborate together and get rid of them. So according to him, you see, the American government, yes, I mean, you know, sort of like a bombed these terrorists in Sokoto. But that's just like a flipper switch, like he said, because there have been several attacks after that, like more attacks, which means nothing has really changed. If everyone is being kind of like truthful, people are still being killed, kidnapped in all of these areas that are under review already. So it's not what you say, it is actually what you do, right? We tell if you are really dealing with this or not. So they have the impression that the Nigerian government doesn't have the intention of ending the killings. That's what their conclusion. There are more, or there is more. Watch the rest of his own charts.
For self-defense. There's a number of debates that are happening within Nigeria, and I'll let the Nigerians sort through that. But I believe one of my job and one of our jobs writ large here is to check in, make sure that they know that we are watching, we are paying attention, we are taking this serious, and we need to see serious actions on their part as well. Part of that was Chairman Smith's resolution that I'm proud to co-lead that really confirmed the President's CPC designation. It calls out the Fulani Herdsmen Association and some other organizations like that who I believe meet the criteria for being sanctioned, for having some tougher scrutiny put to them. But we know that there's a long ways to go on Nigeria. Just pleased to be a part of hopefully what is going to be a solution. I'm just pleased to see the U.S. government and the President and Congress rising up and saying this isn't acceptable. And I've said this before in some interviews. We cannot allow another Rwanda to potentially happen. And what happens when we wake up one day and that is the case? We would have nobody to blame but ourselves. So this is, I believe, the proper actions. And I think I also was asked yesterday by this reporter, well, what was the message that you wanted sent when you were there? First and foremost, it was, hey, we are watching. And I can tell you, showing up that close to Christmas, there was a number of people that ended up coming back to Abuja because they understood that we were serious when we were showing up and asking for meetings on December 20 and December 21, the week of Christmas. That sent a message in and of itself. But two, we wanted to let them know that, look, the CPC designation is not a permanent mark. This is something you can earn your way off of. This is a list you can get off of, as long as you are doing the proper actions to get off of that list. And I think the other message was an understanding of how important Nigeria is, not just to the success of West Africa, but to the success of all of Africa, and by extension, the entire world. With the largest economy on the continent, largest population, the potential that is there, and one of my direct messages was, you talk about the United States and sort of how we all came together. That was one of the discussion points. One of those things that allowed us to be successful is stability. And right now, Nigeria is not stable. And it is the government's job to make sure that that stability comes along. And we can be there to help. I think I retweeted this yesterday. There was a military transport that had landed with some equipment and some things to help. We want to make sure it's more than just military equipment. That is not going to do it. You have to have the will to change what is happening. And it was a reasonably productive conversation, but as I've said before, actions speak louder than words. And we are going to be watching very closely the actions of the Tinubu government and others to make sure that they are following through on what they say is their goals and objectives. So that's a little bit of the update from our trip. It's hard to believe it was less than a month ago. It seemed like it was January's been a long year, right? There's been a lot that's happened already this year in 13, 14 days. But again, I just want to say thank you for what your work is and what you are doing. This is important to make sure that you are lending a voice to those that oftentimes don't have a voice, and that's a godly goal. So, congratulations on that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So, just for easy digestion, those of you who watched all of that, what he practically said was that giving Nigeria weapons, okay, is not enough. The American must actually make sure they push for the will to use the weapon against the terrorist. There is also the conversation around, should the people of Middle Belt be harmed in an arrangement that could actually come with all of this too? Yeah. And I know that the idea in a country like Nigeria where they have intentionally disarmed the citizens or currently allow the terrorists to roam about with AK-47 guns and other kind of like war weapons. So the idea of America shipping all the American guns to arm the people of middle belt of Nigeria to defend themselves, or just pressure the government of Nigeria to use the weapons they have given to them, like, for real, go after these terrorists, that people won't need to arm themselves. So all this conversation is ongoing. So these are part of things that could actually really happen in this 2026 as some of the shockers that they will say, more like play. The people of middle belt in Nigeria, they have become so kind of like fortified. They are the only people allowed. They can twist the government of Nigeria enough that, your National Assembly will actually enact a law that says, they could, for under this certain arrangement. Just so you know. Or somebody who happened to be a former special advisor to the governor of Benue State on, I heard, infrastructure, something. His name is Frank Uto. Right? He was also present in that hearing. I wanted to hear his own presentation. And this is a survivor from the hands of this armed Fulani terrorist. And people like himself, hundreds and thousands more, have had all of their stories shared, documented physically and in the other written forms. So all of these are what Nigeria needs to actually debunk. And I don't think $9 million is going to be enough to do that. Meanwhile, they don't even have to spend $9 million. If they decided to actually go after the terrorists and their sponsor, that will save them a lot of money. But no, they are doing everything to change the narrative. They are doing everything to probably like gloss over it, distract people, and again, continue to look for the validation from abroad. Do you know what I saw today? I'm going to show you that clip now anyway, but do you see what I saw today? While American government yesterday announced that they have restricted visa issuance to all of these countries, including Nigeria. Just last week, America said they are now going to put a bond on visa applicants from Nigeria, $15,000 or something, visa bond, right? Then yesterday they said, oh, no, they've added Nigeria to the restricted countries where they're not going to give anybody visas, right? Right. Then today, European Union, who be these ones? European Union removes Nigeria, South Africa, and 4 others from high-risk countries. So they are shopping for validation all over the world. They are spending money here and there to see if they could actually get, because they understand what damages this means for Nigeria. They've messed up. And now that they've been so exposed, right? Rather than for them to go on and do the right thing, they are shopping for validation all over the world to say, no, what you think you're hearing is not like that. Donald Trump is just somebody who is so, is a bully. That is what is going on. Blah, blah, blah. They want that to be the narrative, and they're spending so much money. But to those of you who are probably following all of that, I need you to remember that this is not a made-up story. There are victims, documented victims, interviewed victims, survivors who survived this whole thing. And here is one of them, Frank Uto. I don't know if I pronounced that right, though.
Appreciate your role.
Hang on, I'm so sorry. I wanted to say happy birthday to Iruk. So Iruk, happy birthday to you, sir, right? I'm coming back, though. Let's watch this.
Appreciate your role and your voice as well. As you see, people are coming and going, Congressmen coming and going. We have invited and expected Senator Cruz to be here, along with Representative Ryan Moore and Chris Smith. We've been informed that they probably are not going to make it. They haven't made it already, so they apologize. But they have great staff. You can reach out to them. If you need context, we'll help you with that. They listen and they relate everything you're sharing to them, and they want to hear what's going on. Especially now, as Commissioner Ferguson has mentioned, we're weighting the recommendations to the Nigerian government based on the CPC designation. So there's still time. We believe this week, maybe early next week, they're going to make critical decisions on what's happening next in Nigeria. So appreciate that. Next, we're going to have a human rights lawyer, voice, advocate, nonprofit leader from Yelawata, Benue State, Frank Uto. He was a direct survivor of the Yelawata attacks against Christians, late son of the village head. He combines his lived experience with expertise in law, governance, civil society, served on the board with the governor of Benue State. He has a recent master's degree from Central Oklahoma, as well as attending Northumbria University in the UK. His Catholic faith compels him to advocate globally for human rights and action to stop atrocities.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, equipping the persecuted truth Nigeria. Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Uto. I'm a lawyer. I'm a policy advocate, peace advocate. I'm a politician in Nigeria. I served as the principal special assistant PSA to the governor of Benue State between 2020 and 2023. So I've been involved in government. I come from the epicenter of the genocide of Christians in Nigeria because I'm one of the biggest victims. My tribe is called the Thief ethnic group from Benue State. We are the biggest ethnic group of the Christian faith in the middle belt of Nigeria and in the entire northern part of Nigeria. We're the fourth biggest monolithic ethnic group in Nigeria, the Thief race of Benue State. And this is our traditional color, the zebra color, and it is called Ange. It is spelled exactly the way you spelled anger. That is the mood of our people right now, anger. And when you put D before the anger, it becomes danger. That is exactly what we're facing. We're facing existential threat in the hands of Fulani ethnic militia who have committed themselves to wipe our people off the face of the earth. They started this journey in 1804 when they staged the jihad of Odnadanfodio. And in their quest to progress southwards of Nigeria, our people, the Thief ethnic group, stopped their progression. So they want to continue from where Odnadanfodio stopped, because their mission is to dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. And of course, you know, at the time they conquer Nigeria, United States stands at risk because they'll be in charge of the coastal region of Nigeria, the oil of Nigeria, and across the Atlantic stands the United States. So the ethnic group that stands before these guys and the United States is the Thief ethnic group principally, and the ethnic groups, the Christian ethnic groups in the middle belt of Nigeria, in the states of Benue, the states of Plateau, the states of Nasarawa, Southern Kaduna, Taraba, and the Christian minorities in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto, in Niger State. So today you'll be hearing directly from a witness, from a survivor, and of course it hurts me very deeply. It is heart-wrenching when this story, when I hear Americans begin to give two different sides to our story. Our story has just one side: genocide. Genocide. Our story has just one side. And let me give you, I'll be speaking for the next 3 minutes, and let me give you a graphic example. On September 11, 2001, the 911 attack, 4 planes were hijacked. United Airlines and American Airlines, and rammed into the towers. The people who hijacked, the 19 guys who hijacked this aircraft, were Arab Muslims of the Al-Qaeda group. But when they rammed these planes into these buildings, amongst the victims were also Arabs in those buildings, in the Twin Towers. Were also Arabs. But does it mean that it was a clash between American and Arabs? No, it was a direct attack on Americans. Some Arabs may be collateral damage. That was
Their story. So Iruk, thank you very much for that. We should probably be the ones giving you gifts on your birthday, right? So many happy returns, Baba. Enjoy the day. It's almost weekend, though, right? So he didn't lie. Historically, it was the TVs, the barons, especially the TVs. They were the ones that killed Uthman Dan Fodio. I need to keep reminding you, history is very, very important, because those who failed to learn from history, they are bound, or they are caused to repeat the history. You may be wondering, what the hell, man? Why, in Nigeria, they want us to believe that we have the North and the South. You see this Northern Nigeria, which they have politically carved the Middle Belt. They carved the Middle Belt into it, and they said they are also part of Northern Nigeria, which means they are supposed to be one, politically protected, their interest and everything, right? Why are the Fulanis killing the Middle Beltons? Why are they targeting the TVs, the Barons, all these people from this Middle Belt part of Nigeria? Why? They were supposed to be Northerners. They are supposed to be brothers. You get what I mean? Where everybody actually exists for free, where their interest is so protected, the way they are pretending to do. But no. Why are they killing them? It is an unfinished war, and it is religious. Uthman Dan Fodio was the first terrorist to set foot on the soil of the country called Nigeria today. He was the first official terrorist in history. Unfortunately, it's the forefathers to the current Satan of Sokoto. History, oh. So why are the supposed Fulanis, other Muslims in northern part of Nigeria, not angered by these monolithic sponsored attacks against the other ethnic groups or tribes in northern part of Nigeria? Just one group, Fulani, doing all of this. How come the rest of other Fulanis, why are they not upset? The Muslims, why are they not angry? Because it is an unfinished war. Now the people who killed Fodio be that. TV people, they shot him a poisoned arrow. True story. Because he was trying, just like these terrorists are doing now, he was trying to overrun today's Middle Belt. He was trying to overrun them with the promise. This was like in 1807, 1800. Did they feel me? Since that time, somebody where they sell, what do you call it, is selling all these voodoos, rings and all that. Then he started teaching the people how to read Quran. So they started calling him teacher. So in the process, he started turning the children against their parents, you know. In the process, like he's teaching them Quran, he's teaching them how to read and all of that stuff. And suddenly, these students became his primary soldiers. They were the ones who became his primary army, indeed, who turned against their own supposed people because they felt like they were idol worshippers and their ways is against the God's way. So that was how he conquered the Hausa land. He used the Hausas with the support of his imported Fulanis to conquer Hausa land. He tried it with the economy of Borno. He didn't succeed. So he turned to the Middle Belt, faced TVs. He didn't succeed. They killed him. That was the end of the jihad. He returned back to Sokoto, formed his caliphate there, stayed back there. No, he didn't, like, it's formed it, then he died there, rather. He died there. So you saw these descendants of Uthman Dan Fodio, whether they are educated, whether they are in the bush, whatever once they identify as Fulanis, there is that unfinished war. The Nigerian government, who was supposed to actually nip it in the bud, like end it, they have decided to tolerate it. And we all know why. So for years, these Fulani groups and those ones they brought from the Sahel and the Tuareg, all these guys that they brought into Nigeria, they were allowed to group, they are allowed to form base, they are allowed to arm themselves so much that Nigeria is no longer dealing with Boko Haram. And that is why an unfinished war that the government of Nigeria, if they are sincere, know the sponsor, they know those behind it. They could get rid of them if they wanted to. No, but no. Let's go. Frank, finish his statement.
That was what happened on 911. And so today, if you hear that Muslims are also being killed in Nigeria, they're just collateral damage. and some are killed because of their sect. The epicenter of the genocide in Nigeria is in the Middle Belt, where the Fulanis have been ravaging, destroying our lands and occupying our lands. My village of Yorubas was attacked on the night of June 13, where 278 of my relatives were killed. Among these are my nephews, my nieces, my siblings, my uncles, my aunties. When Raleigh went to Nigeria and met the woman whose husband was killed and 5 of her children, that's my cousin. That's my cousin. So these are not just numbers. These are not just disposables or expendables. These are family relatives. For every number you had in Nigeria, these are my cousins. These are my siblings. As I talk to you right now, my father's youngest son, my youngest sibling, is just 3 years old. He's in the IDP camp. And this morning, he was fed with just a pack of noodles. They were given a pack of noodles, 4 of them, to share a single pack of noodles, 4 people. A single pack of noodles. My direct sibling, youngest sibling, is 3 years old. My father's 2 wives are in the IDP camp because my father was polygamous. I have 13 siblings. They are all in the IDP camp. My father was acting in local parentage to the children of his dead siblings. So he was a father to about 42 other kids. They are all in the IDP camp. My father was the village head of Yorubas, the village which was the epicenter of the June attack. The worst attack in the history of the world in 2025, where 278 people were killed in a single night. It never happened anywhere in the world. It happened in my village, my community, my own relatives. So, I am the final authority in exactly what is happening, not the Nigerian government. We do not believe they will tell any other side than the side they've been saying. Because many of them are the enablers of what is happening. And now today, instead of the Nigerian government to focus on solving this issue, they are spending millions of dollars of unbudgeted funds, taxpayers' money, for optics to the lobbyists. That is exactly what is happening. That money could have solved the issue. The $9 million could have solved the issue of what's on ground. And returned as they continue to launder their image. Our people are still in the IDP camp with no plan for them to go back home to their ancestral lands. Their ancestral lands are right now in the hands of the Fulanis. Finally, as I conclude, this same morning of today in Nigeria, 2 of my kinsmen from a neighboring community called Daudu, 2 of them, taken the Ashwa, 46 years old, and Aledi, 44 years old, were arraigned in the Federal High Court Abuja today for even the mic is angry. So today they were arraigned for terrorism at the Federal High Court Abuja. What is their offense? Because in self-defense they killed 12 cattle of the Fulani that were ravaging their farmlands.
I have my own mic.
And so they were arraigned for terrorism today under the Terrorism Act 2022 of Nigeria at the Federal High Court in Abuja. And who is the prosecutor? A certain Fulani man called MB Abubakar. Who is the only witness in this whole case? A certain Fulani man called Fahad. That is exactly what is happening to us. Our kinsmen today were arraigned in Abuja for killing 12 cattle, and they were arraigned for terrorism. But the Fulanis who have come, who have killed hundreds of my kinsmen in June, who are killing every day thousands of our relatives, no one has been arrested and no one has been arraigned. I finally conclude by saying, you are the conscience of the free world. The might of America is not in the armed forces. It's not just in the military or its wealth, but it's in its moral authority. Can you use your moral authority to defend us, please? Thank you, and may God bless you all.
True story. It is so ridiculous that they have places where they have soldiers, military formations, formed roadblocks all over the place. Whenever there will be any attack, suddenly the military roadblocks in the area will suddenly just disappear. Now, the terrorists can begin attacking a community from, for example, from 9 p.m. and they can continue the operation that could last up till 5 a.m. the following morning. Yeah, there will be no single security response, not a single one. Now, when people have been killed or others have been kidnapped, and the survivors who ran into the bushes and all of that, all of them are out, suddenly the military will show up. I'm talking about like in kind of like a combat mode. This time around, it is to stop any form of reprisal. Any form that people would actually gather together, arm themselves, and go after the terrorists, they will stop it. If in the process of trying to stop all of you from forming and going back to fight these terrorists or what have you, yeah, if they should find any weapon or what have you, you will be charged for terrorism, for possession of firearms, this, and that, and you could die in jail. Then you won't even appear in court. A food seller, somebody who had a restaurant in Enugu, where everybody comes in, customers comes in and buy food and go, right? Nigeria DSS, they arrested her husband since 2021. She never appeared in court, probably more than once. They accused her of feeding the IPOB members. And they charged her with terrorism or something like that. Separated her from her husband. She developed serious health issues in their prison. Are you with me? The woman died in that prison, I think towards the end of last year. She never committed any crime. She was never put before any judge. Because the effort is to ensure that they spread that fear. The only untouchables are these terrorists. And whenever they want to give us a spectacle, because there are collateral damages as well, they could use them. Then they will go ahead and say, oh, they just killed 5 of them. They just killed 15 terrorists. They just neutralized 7, this and that. While they are, before the news, even the news, the ink, they printed the news, all right, before it even dries on the paper, the terrorists elsewhere have kidnapped others, killed more in that process. Let me show you a community. There is a community in Kogi State, all right? This one is a recent one, just this morning, okay? So, there's a community in Yagba West, local government area of Kogi State. It is called, one circle, I want to pick up Okuran. I don't know if I pronounce that right, okay? So Okuran community in Kogi State have become a ghost town. Just 2 days ago, we saw where the Nigerian military and the Nigerian police said they carried out airstrike and ground operation against the terrorists somewhere in Obajana in the same Kogi State. But take a look at this community. This is what it looks like when the terrorists kind of come to town and turn communities to ghost town. This one in Kogi State. So it is easier to probably dismiss the reports of the atrocities of these terrorists and how much the supposed political class in Nigeria have done so much damages. You're gonna like how much they have done to tolerate this, because that's what happened. They have tolerated them. Everyone with his own ideas on how to tackle this, why more money keeps being pumped into the hands of the terrorists. Like what they did in Katsina State, where Katsina State government released 75 terrorists plus 300 million naira, so that the terrorists would then release 1,000 captives, Nigerians in their custody, like in their captivity. So they made that arrangement in Katsina State. Those terrorists were released. The efforts put into arresting them, included by the military or the police who arrested them. So all that effort comes to naught, like nothing. Because the moment the politician says, oh yeah, their own way of dealing with this is that, yeah, for those who have died, have died. So for peace to reign, we need to let these terrorists go, plus money. And then the military, again, as compromised as they have become, they will begin to get ready again to go after these terrorists and the, the multiplier effect. So they will begin to go after them. So when they capture these terrorists, not even thinking about this military who have become victims in the hands of these terrorists themselves, slaughtered, killed like animal, including a senior military officer who was killed, and the whole country just felt like it's okay. Yeah, okay. Is it bad? People were asking, okay, is that bad? Is it very bad? Why is the life of one man so important than the rest? Like, as if to say they care about the rest as well. They don't. See that community goes down, you saw there. There are thousands like that spread across northern part of Nigeria. Baba. The terrorists don't go into cities. They go into the fringes. Do you know what I mean? They go into all these border communities that you can sense and see abject poverty, underdevelopment. So like palpable sort of like poverty. No road infrastructure, no other dependable infrastructure that you can say, oh, if in terms of emergency, this will aid the response time. No. So they target all these smaller communities, some of them big enough to be like towns, but they know they are somehow they've been cut off from the rest of this. So those of you who came from all these smaller towns, villages and all that, right? When you start hearing the news that you can't go back there anymore, because you know what? There's no one there. The issue of this terrorism and stuff, people say these things in a passive way, many ways, right? I mean, this Boko Haram thing affected my community. And a lot of people have left the community because it's not safe anymore. Thousands like that. Did you know that even though they pretend that it's all right, like over 70% of schools in northern Nigeria have been shut down, and there is no, there is no national emergency about it. The terrorists have shut down, or they have forced the hands of government to shut down more than 70% schools. I'm talking about tens of thousands of schools have been shut down for years. For years. It is not just the economic state of the northern part of Nigeria, and of course, as a whole, Nigeria, these guys have destroyed. They have destroyed lives of the supposed future generation Nigerians. So while you're busy, especially from the southern Nigeria, in a way that you probably haven't become victims of any of this yet. So if you are thinking that you are building your own future, your children and the rest of them, you do have no idea the future, or sorry, the other children that are going to exist in that future that you are building for your own children, as long as Nigeria remains. These guys are destroying lives, and their criminal politicians are more interested in power. Yeah. So that's why it is believed that the supposed person who is the president of your country right now, that could have used the chance to say, you know what, this rubbish has to end. I do not have any form of affiliation with all this nonsense, okay? A country cannot be run like this. So We need to end this. He's not doing that. He's a tired old guy, a relic. You get me? So they are more interested in what they can get or take for themselves. And I think the American sees it that way too. Let's go back to that Congress hearing, because there's more.
The first step in denying a genocide is to question whether it's a genocide. And the first way to do that is to question and minimize the statistics. You will hear often, and this is what the Nigeria's foreign minister says, that there are no more Christians than Muslims that have been killed by terrorists. It's a lie. The truth is that over 60,000 Christians have been murdered by Boko Haram and Fulani jihadists since 2009. And the highest estimate of moderate Muslims killed in that time is 10,000. Now, there have been many other Muslims, especially killed by Boko Haram, before that. Moderate Muslims are also the enemy of Boko Haram. But Fulani jihadists have really concentrated on Christians. And they target Christian villages and schools, but they leave Muslim villages and schools untouched. The second way to deny a genocide is to attack the motivations of the truth tellers. You dismiss the charges as products of election year politics in America or of anti-Islamic Christians for Africa. Listen, I've lived in Africa for at least 10 years. That is a racist argument, because what I know is Africans are among the best Christians in the world if you know Africans. And they're also among the best Muslims in the world if you know Muslims. And I have lived in both Muslim and Christian countries. Fifth, you rationalize the deaths as a result of Nigerian history. You say the conflict between the Fulanis and other ethnic groups in Nigeria dates back over 2 centuries to the Sokoto Caliphate of Osman Dan Fodio in the early 19th century. So the Fulani Jihad is really just a continuation that you must expect. It was the Fulani who forcibly converted the Hausa and other northern Nigerians to Islam. And it was only really stopped by the British colonialism and Christian missionaries. Well, Boko Haram and Fulani basically are saying that this was colonialism, and they are simply carrying out a decolonization process. Excuse me. Get my shaky hands to work. I'll be 80 this summer.
Amen.
Sorry. So that argument says these are age-old tribal conflicts between cattle herders and farmers, and so there's really not much you can do about them. The sixth way to deny genocide is to blame out-of-control forces for committing the killings. You claim that the killings are by bandits or undefined terrorists. Claim that their motivation is to profit from ransoms paid by families of kidnapped victims. Deny that there is any religious aspect to the genocide of Christians. This shifting of blame denies responsibility for the complicity of the Nigerian government. The success of the tactic is demonstrated in the absence of any UN Security Council resolutions or Human Rights Council resolutions condemning this genocide. The Nigerian government blames the killings on bandits and terrorists. Doesn't ever define religion or any of the other characteristics that show this is in fact a genocide. And UN and academic spokespeople blame these killings on bandits and terrorists and even demand that the Nigerian government disarm the terrorists and bring their leaders to justice when in fact the Fulani jihadists obtain their weapons from corrupt Nigerian generals. Not one major Fulani or Boko Haram leader has been arrested or tried. Seventh, you avoid antagonizing the Nigerian government because after all, we have to get along with the Nigerian government. And this is a real politic argument, and it's very typical of diplomats, by the way. I was a diplomat, so I know. You don't want to make an enemy of governments that you really depend on working with. So don't upset this new president, President Tinubu, and we want to get along with him. Meanwhile, the displacement of Christians from central and northern Nigeria proceeds. Genocidal massacres, kidnapping from schools, and rapes continue weekly. And this argument, which diplomats love, ignores the fact that genocidists are serial killers. Policies toward
Genociders are serial killers. The Nigerian government and their supporters wanted us to believe that this is the clashes between herders and farmers. But historically, you heard him, he's an American congressman. He just said it did like the steps to denying the genocide by bringing about this false historic stuff. Oh, it's always been like that for years. There have always been clashes. That is not genocide. Well, Oyebosev know that about Uthman Dan Fodio 2 centuries ago, the man that led the first terrorism against the people who showed him love. See, history mad gone. I need to kind of remind you, okay? History is crazy. You didn't write it. So therefore, you cannot tweak it to suit your own agenda. The truth is the truth. Usman Dan Fodio is not from any part of where you call northern Nigeria today. Nobody knows where he comes from. His history said when he first got to the Hausa land, he was welcomed as a trader. And what was he selling? He was selling rings, voodoo. And he is also an Islamic teacher. So he started staying back to teach people how to read Quran. He was welcomed. He was actually loved from the history. The Hausa rulers then invited him into their homes. They asked him to teach their children how to recite the Quran. He didn't bring Islam to northern part of Nigeria. No. Islam has been in what you can call today's part of Nigeria way before Uthman Dan Fodio was even born. Uthman Dan Fodio idea of Islam is that those who are practicing Islam in that Hausa land back then, they were also practicing what you call the traditional religion. Therefore, they were not true Muslims. Uthman Dan Fodio incited the children of the elite, the children of the poor who passed through his own tutelage to stage a jihad. The jihad was an act of terrorism to cleanse the land from the people that invited him to their homes. True story. Go and Google it. See, look, except by you are a Fulani that feels, you don't need to feel bad. You didn't do it. Now your forefathers. You just need to drop the mentality that Nigeria, which is today Nigeria, okay, is the estate of your forefathers. It is not. Your forefathers managed to conquer Hausa land by killing them, right? Killing their leaders, making himself the caliph of a caliphate. Appointed his own son to be the first sultan of Sokoto. He tried to conquer them in Borno Kanemi. He was defeated. He tried to conquer the place you call the north central of Nigeria today. He was killed. He didn't win any land anywhere. He used treasury to deceive the people who hosted him, loved him. And that is the history of the Sokoto Caliphate of today. True story. Then you can say the British, the colonialists, also helped them to actually last this long. So you get me now? So the only thing is that this generation of the terrorists, the imported ones, the local ones, the elite who are sponsoring this madness, believes that maybe they could still push on. They enter the southern Kaduna, slaughter there, thousands of Christians there. Indeed, they entered the Benue, slaughtered thousands of Christians there. They entered Plateau, same thing. And they are at the national level. their criminal leaders are pushing legislation on how to give them the waterways of Nigeria. They were trying to make laws that would then give the federal government of Nigeria the legal control of all the water. They are already in control of the waterways, but that's not enough. So they wanted 10 miles. That's about 14, 15 kilometers of land from every bank of water or river or ocean in southern part of Nigeria. So all the lands 10 miles from the bank of the water will become owned by the federal government of Nigeria. And the plan to resettle these murderers next to the waterways of Nigeria. That didn't really succeed, before the Bukwari died. So the American knows that this idea of denying it, downplaying it, telling you that other people are also being killed and all of that stuff, right? They are the signs that Nigerian government have no real plan to crush these criminals. So this is the second phase of them asking the American government, Donald Trump's government, to go to the next stage, just for your information. But let him finish.
Policies toward them based on fear lead only to appeasement and further genocide. The eighth way to deny a genocide is to deny it in favor of current economic interests. We depend on Nigeria for oil, and Europe depends even more on Nigeria for oil. So the oil companies certainly oppose an arms embargo on Nigerian government, and Nigeria is a source of oil for both American and European countries. So here we are, a major supplier of arms to the Nigerian government. The UK also is a supplier of arms, and it is also one of the key owners of parts of the Nigerian oil fields. Then the ninth version, by the way, these 12 tactics of genocide you can see on our website because they apply to every genocide I've ever seen. Sudan and Darfur and so forth. It's been used by other countries as well. The ninth tactic is to claim that the victims are really receiving good treatment, that they also are, being cared for in Nigerian IDP camps and so forth. Well, unfortunately, that is not true because, unfortunately, these IDP camps are very unsafe. The 10th way, and I'm a lawyer, so this is the one that really hits me, is to deny that it fits, that what's going on fits the definition of genocide. This is what I call definitionalism. It's very common among lawyers and policymakers and journalists. They want to avoid any implication that this genocide is happening because, after all, is it really a genocide? Amnesty International won't call it that, and nor will the UN Secretary General or the European Union. So here are some of the problems with it. First of all, there's a common misconception that a finding of genocide would legally require action to suppress it. Unfortunately, the Genocide Convention doesn't demand that. It was what kept us from realizing it was a genocide for 3 months during the beginning of the Rwandan genocide. I was in the State Department then, and denial was just rampant. They refused to call it a genocide for over 3 months. That's well known now. That's part of it. They thought they'd have to act if they called it that. But it doesn't have, there's no legal compulsion to act. Secondly, in the denial, you have this misconception that genocide always means all or none. In other words, that only genocides of the whole, where you're trying to kill everybody in a group, qualify as genocides. But that is not true. The Genocide Convention itself says the genocide is the intentional destruction in whole or in part of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. In other words, in part is enough for it to be a genocide, and that's what's happening in Nigeria. And in fact, one of the types of genocide is what we call genocide by attrition, where, in other words, the genocide isn't instantaneous. It happens over time. And in fact, that's what's happening in Nigeria. Helen Fine, a really great theorist about genocide, says it is the most common type of genocide. We also have a problem with this word, genocide, because it has, ever since Milosevic, been replaced many places by the term ethnic cleansing, which was, it was a euphemism that Milosevic invented to cover up genocide in Bosnia. And this whole term is common enough that you see it used more in news articles now than the word genocide. In fact, there is no law against ethnic cleansing. There is no treaty against it. There is a treaty against genocide. And in fact, what we found, and we've done an empirical study of this, is whenever the term genocide is the dominant term used to describe a situation, there will not be forceful action to stop it. But as soon as the term genocide becomes the dominant term, and you can read an article that we wrote about this, as soon as genocide becomes the dominant term, then it makes forceful action to stop it possible. And that is in fact what happened finally when we recognized that, for instance, in Kosovo, when David Sheffer called it genocide, near the beginning of it, suddenly we were bombing Belgrade, and Serbia surrendered. That is the type of action that is needed here. We don't need bombing, by the way, in this case. I would strongly argue against it, because you can't defeat a terrorist genocide using bombing. You have to have people on the ground, and they have to defeat it on the ground. And that is why really the stopping this is up to Nigerians. It is not up to us, it's up to Nigerians, and we have to support them.
So do you get it again? They are already pushing that it is either they actually mount proper pressure on Nigeria to do the job. It is their job. Put boots on ground, go after them, sweep them, receive American support. But bombing them, like sending nukes and all of that is never going to actually really fix anything. That's their position. So right now, the effort of Nigerian government spending money to try to change the narrative is probably going to even make it worse. Did you hear the part where it described the seriousness of the word genocide, right? That in several cases, they've had to use ethnic cleansing, a more sort of like moderate word that at that point, it would just be like, okay, maybe some ethnic groups are fighting themselves and just killing themselves. That's not genocide. And others who describe genocide as if to say something that just like happened, that they just come around and just sweep a particular group of people because of their faith and kill them at once in massive, you get what I mean? So that would be genocide. But genocide in this instance is something that actually happened over time. You know, it keeps happening and happening, and when you pile up all the numbers, it becomes so scary. 60,000 killed Christians, documented killed in Nigeria between 2019 and 2025. 6 years gap, 60,000. You get me now? So the government of Nigeria will do more than just paying some PR outlets to go say, no, it's not happening. But here, I think, yeah, this was the Nigerian army, because today is the Remembrance Day of Nigeria military, the Army Remembrance Day in Nigeria. Kolu is in Abu Dhabi. He's not there, but Hitiman represented him, you know, in this video.
The pigeons have been released, and as they fly away, it is hoped that our beloved country will indeed continue to experience long-lasting peace and prosperity.
Right, long-lasting peace. Meanwhile, somewhere in Sokoto, the Nigerian soldiers
Get up! Get up! Come from! They don't know! Fire them! Let's go! Pursue them! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey! Hey!
I'll just give it to them. So the only saddest thing about this effort is that when they now succeed in capturing some of these terrorists, right, they ended up being freed or released by the politicians who are giving different speeches on different TV, in Nigeria, trying to tell people about how much they are working to keep them safe, while they are negotiating with terrorists to be let off. Yeah. So there's also a good report, though. Okay, remember these Ekwa worshippers, the Ekwa church worshippers that were kidnapped, before Christmas. Well, they finally released them, and this is what they all look like after their release. Children who have been taken by the terrorists for like a month in the forest, So women. So the terrorists were demanding for 600 million naira. I don't know if they were paid ransom to release these victims, right? But they have been freed from the picture you just sent there, okay? Isaac.
Nigerian government, APC-led government, are now paying $9 million to lobby US government that Nigeria is safe, that there is no genocide. $9 million is about 13 to 14 billion naira. 13 to 14 billion naira to lobby. No doubt, current APC government are the smartest government in the history of our country. Don't forget, they've had Lagos State for over 25 years. They are very smart. They think very smart. They always find solution to every problem. Spending $9 million, our hard-earned money, to lobby America to say, no, please don't come and bomb us again. We are okay. Look at Morocco. Ordinary Lagos State is richer than Morocco. Currently, Morocco is hosting AFCON, and 2030, Morocco will be hosting World Cup. Morocco has turned to a destination for so many European countries. Oh, this is a sad moment in our country. Look at, for the past 10, 15 years, so many cases of corruption, but nobody is in jail. 95% of the people that are accused of corruption are now the one taking key positions, are now the one making statements, going to TV, radio stations to talk to us in our country. They've successfully put judiciary where they want judiciary to be. So you just hear trillion gone, billion gone, this gone, but nobody is in jail. Over 70% of people that have been accused are back in government. If they are not back directly, they are back indirectly, except the ones that are not supporting this APC government. For some of you that are able, that are opportune to be in Morocco, to see firsthand of what is happening in Morocco, you guys can see now that Muslim is not a bad religion. They just painted Muslim as an aggressive religion in Nigeria, because Morocco is 80% Muslim. And they all eat together, dine together, come together for the progress of their country. We drove from Marrakesh to Fez. We drove at night, no single pothole, no single roadblock, no fear of kidnapping or adoption, no banditry. Everything was smooth. The security in Morocco is the same as the one they have in Europe, America, UK, Australia, Asia. Federal government paying 9 million to lobby shows that they've got a lot to hide. So much to hide. What a country. Do you know that ordinary Lagos State is richer than Morocco? This is the Morocco that is hosting currently, I repeat, hosting AFCON. And they are about to host World Cup 2030. How did...
It is happening already. I warned you and I told you. You may disregard the agitation for Biafra and tag it as nothing. But I'm warning you today. If you continue, the wrath of God will be upon you. As I warned the zoo many, many years ago. If you don't allow we Biafrans to go, that zoological republic called Nigeria will be a worse place than Somalia. And today it is happening. It is happening already.
Indeed. So everybody's trying to point fingers. The people who are supposed to do the job, to do the work, protect us. Criminals who are supposed to be in prison, they are in government houses across Nigeria. They are enjoying the privilege of honorable men, honorable women, dishonorable people. Lawbreakers, law criminals are making laws for the whole country. Oh, that's what happened. They made laws called the new tax laws. And it is meant to be in effect right now. So the purpose of the tax law, according to them, this is one I'm going to talk. It's like I'm going to tell you a story. Okay? So please indulge me, because that's how you're going to get it. Okay? They said that Nigerians are paying too many taxes. In order to now harmonize all these taxes together and ensure that the poor people are not taxed. So they now developed a new tax law with a new frame, this and that. Controversies trailed it from the Genesis now to Revelation. People kept raising their concern. The first thing that got people talking was that harmonize all the taxes. Like, what do you mean? Like, you already have all of these laws on taxes and taxation and revenue collections and redistribution and all that. All these things have been sorted. So what are you trying to do? So Kolu now told them, he said, they have a template like they did in Lagos. when Kolu became the governor in 1999. This is their story. Lagos was generating 600 million naira annually, which was a lie. But yeah, they've been telling the story repeatedly. So Tifnubu took it by re-engineering the taxation, right? And it took it from that to over 20 billion. Then Fashola came, built on what Tifnubu did, and then Lagos just started generating over 200 billion. And from 600 million, so from 200 billion, Lagos started generating 400 billion. Now that Sanwo-Iku is there, Lagos State is now generating almost 1 trillion naira annually on taxes and all of that. So, here you get me now. They said Tifnubu did that, so it's going to do the same thing for Nigeria. So Nigeria will have more money, state will have more money. So the first thing they did was to devalue Nigeria currency. You get me now? Devalued it by over 1,000%. That's another story. So the tax is going to tax the rich more, and it's going to tax the poor less. If you are not earning above so and so, the blah, the blah. So that seemed straightforward until people started talking about alteration, meaning they have altered the past law that Tifnubu signed. You know, when the National Assembly make laws and passed it, right, they would then send it to the president. The president will go through it, they'll give him a copy. Then they will do what they call the signing day, right? Just on the signing day, oh, hang on, I've jumped something there. So when they make laws or pass any law, they will send a copy to the president. So if the president is comfortable with the content, everything inside, they will choose a signing day. That signing day is going to be, oh, the president is going to sign the law tomorrow. So he will do ceremony. Once he signed it, right, it becomes law. And once it becomes law, they will then gazette it. Yeah, gazette means they will now file it and say, this. And that's it. But in Tifnubu's case, no, it's not. We raised the alarm that Tifnubu want to create Alpha Beta in a bigger form at the national scale. They said, no. There is no part of the law that allowed anybody to collect money for, there's not going to be any Alpha Beta thing. So when we discovered that they've actually included it, that they will change the name of FIRS, Federal Inland Revenue Service, collecting, they will change the name to NRS or something, in a NJS, wherever. So changing the name then means this new agency, like the old, so this new agency can then, subcontracted the job of collecting money. They told us, but it's not new. If you are going to pay, if you have been paying taxes in Nigeria, have you not used remitter? Have you not used pay stock? Have you not, they said they are all collecting money for federal government, but they deceived you. This was the first stage. So we now realize that in that same supposed law, they have included a kind of like an agency deals between Nigeria and France, that France is going to help Nigeria to collect the data of the taxes and to help Nigeria improve on this, their new tax law. Kilo conference about collecting Nigerians' data because of tax law. How did they come by that? They signed a MOU, an agreement that they never made public. Nobody knows the content of what Nigeria signed with France on top this tax thing. Then people started hearing the stories that they could be arrested, they could go to their bank and collect all their money because of taxes. All these stories were like, but this was not part of what they told us they passed. What's going on? Then, boom, there's another version. What? What version? What do you mean version? There is another version. The one that Tifnubu was supposedly signed publicly is different from the one they gazetted. They denied it. They said it's a fake news, it's a lie, there's nothing like that. Bring the copy. People started showing the copies. They started showing the sections. Said, this is not part. And when I say people, it's not just me and you. I am talking about lawmakers, people who actually debated the law, who passed it. 18 lawmakers, including members of APC, they came out and said, people should be arrested because that's a crime. You cannot alter an already passed legislation signed. You can't alter it behind them. You have to send it back to them for an amendment. You can't do that yourself. That's a crime. Maybe Tinubu knows or he didn't know. In fact, Tinubu should be interested that if that is the case, who are those who did that? They must actually be proud. Why would you do that? That's a crime. But no, it's APC now. So they now tried, right, to replace the version, the original version, which is the National Assembly plaque. They now tried to change that to Tinubu's version. All of that, they still couldn't really do. It has now, they were denying it all. It has now created confusion. They said they were supposed to write a regulation. That is the guidelines of how they are going to implement the new tax law. Yeah, there's supposed to be sort of like a guidelines. They will say, all these things you have been hearing and all that, so there should be guidelines on how this is going to really go. And how they will collect all these taxes from you. People will want to write guidelines. They're now confused. Should the guidelines they want to write be based on the one Tinubu signed, the original version, or it should be on the forged version that they gazetted? The confusion right now is why they are proposing that they should hold on. They shouldn't start taking the taxes now. They should hold on. They want to figure it out. And the guy who wrote it, KPMG, a world-renowned accounting firm, auditing had been a tax, law firm. They came out and they said there is this tax law that they are saying this is absolute like trash. It's going to actually create a lot of problems. So they pointed out all the flaws. Different from even this alteration that we are talking about. So we are talking about the implementation of when you begin to look into it. They pointed all of this out. The guy, Taiwo Yedele, who said there was no any alteration, all these stories are fake news. Guess what he's saying now? The same guy is now telling Nigerians that there are some little, he called it little issues about the tax law. That shouldn't stop the implementation of the tax law. What are you talking about, mister? What do you mean little by? What are you talking about? Here he is admitting that, yeah, there's some infractions. Infraction in this sense is actually a crime.
They haven't even issued all these guidelines. That is true. Our plan in an ideal world was for all these regulations, guidelines, public notices to be ready like 3 months before December, because we want people to give their feedback, debate it, finalize, and gazette. But in our real world, it did not happen like that. And I speak to you, as I speak to you today, we have more than 40 regulations, guidelines, and public notices that have been finalized. But we can't release a single one of them because we're still waiting for what is the final version of the gazette. You know why? Because the Authentication Act says whatever the government printer publishes is the evidence of the law that was passed. That government printer published something which we shared, and we said this is the official version. Lawmakers said it's not what they passed. So they said they would do their own gazette. They set up their committee, they did their own review, they did their own gazette. They sent me a copy, soft copy. But that's not what the Authentication Act says. So I sent my staff, go to government printer and go and buy. They went there as of last week, they said it's not ready, that they should wait. So I also told everybody, the NRS, GRB, you to wait, because we can't issue guidelines when we are not 100% certain that this is the final official position. I called my staff this morning. I said, go back there. Be following up every day. Go there. Don't call them. Go and sit down there. And I got feedback as I was here that says that, I don't even know whether I should say this one because I don't know what the press will report. But in the interest of accountability and transparency, so my staff told me that they said everything that they printed, the National Assembly collected from them and said they shouldn't sell to anyone, that they want to complete their review. While that is good, it also creates the uncertainty again. So in other words, what I'll say to you is, the explanation we have provided about the law, because all this issue of they've altered, they've not altered, it's not even a lot. There are few items that shouldn't affect the main thing that people need to, nothing about the tax rate, about the tax burden, the filing deadline. So, but this is the best I can say to you as we speak. Hopefully we can get over this sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeram, did any of that make any sense to you, genuinely? Eh? That's a professional taxman who decided to put together what he believed was to help the government of Nigeria and also help Nigerians. Professional guys, the guy will say, he was working with this top firm. I don't know the name. Before they drafted him to come and do this job. But he's working with career crooks that he himself started sounding like a carpenter who is doing the job of a doctor. Yeah, the party, there's some little things. What do you mean? It is law. So the reason why we can write our guideline is because they already passed law. National Assembly is now talking about gazetting their own. National Assembly is talking about reviewing it. So because of that, that's why we cannot really release our guidelines now. What are you talking about? Can you actually not really process this? National Assembly have nothing to do with an already signed law. What should be happening is the investigation on how all of is they are talking about the publisher of government's publisher. They were going to blame somebody at the end of the day. They can even arrest somebody and say this is the person that altered it. Like what are you doing? But they know what they are doing. Get you so confused that whenever this kind of conversation pops up, it's just going to be so draining for you. I'm so tired of this whole story. But yet, they have already started activating some part of the law. Yeah, if you transfer money now, or you go to the POS to withdraw money, you're going to pay 7.5% VAT. But that one is in effect right now. So it is all about how to pick your pocket and how to pick your pocket. What's going to happen to you if you fail to pay or label your money correctly in your tax filing and the rest of that? So what's going to happen to you? They've stated that, how they could take your money, how they could arrest you, and they could, a lot of things they could do to you. But none part of the law says every penny collected under this law must be accounted for by every person that is allocated to. So anyone found guilty of, fraudulently or corruptly enriching themselves with this public fund, they should go to life imprisonment or they should face firing squad. Something that says this money that you're about to collect from these people, are you with me? There will be consequences if you decide to keep spending it the way you normally spend. And there's no consequences, nothing. So they are explaining to people how to get used to what they are about to unleash on you. And I wish you all the best. Or should I say I wish you what you probably wish is yourself. So let's take calls tonight, right? Because my time is quite up. So I'll take a short break. And I bet you probably have one or two things to add yourself, right? Well, before, if you have to leave, right? like the broadcast if you haven't already. Like it and share it, and maybe subscribe to my channel as well. Yeah. So I'm going to be back in a minute or two, right? And you can still stay back, all right, to hear the other people. Oh, hang on. There was this clip before we go to that, all right? This is our mentor, the MC Olueran of Lagos. No, he's actually the national chairman of the NURTW. I don't know why they set him up this way, right? He was giving a speech that caught the internet earlier today.
Mr. Gawasa James Hala Benue State. Gawasa James Aula. Of national progress. Are you all to focus on the right of the union and receive in former glory, us to what has coming? Honest again, welcome to the conference. Please let us call us suffer. We may God bless you. Your
complain about insecurity, right? You complain about unemployment, right? Yes. You complain about the fact that, oh, we are hungry, right? You say we want to protest, right? You say, oh, you don't have medical facilities, right? You say you don't have good schools and good teachers, right? You say minimum wage, right?
I will be back in a minute or two, so don't go anywhere. The line is, let me check. The line is open. Should be. Okay, I'll be back again. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for your time. So, like I said, the line is opened. However, it seemed that it is not really connecting. So, let's keep trying. I'm trying to keep it connected. Okay. So, in the absence of that, I could easily just play this clip for you, which is the advice given by the former Attorney General of Nigeria, Michael Andoka, also is from Benue. Right?
My call was in good faith. It did not in any way undermine the sovereignty of this country. If you get from what transpired The Nigerian government say they acted, they gave the intelligence to the Americans. The Americans did not just come here, he said what was a corroboration. That is my understanding of what happened. And I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs was emphatic that the strike in Sokoto was a corroboration between the Americans and the Nigerian government. Nigeria gave them the intelligence. I said, if that is the case, as the bandits are moving away from Sokoto, concentrating within the Benue Valley, particularly around Benue State and their environs, causing mayhem. My understanding is that the ground forces will move on them within the Benue axis. But it looks like, from what you said, they have come in numbers. They are overturning villages. I will give you a particular local government, which is Ukom local government. Out of 13 wards, there's an occupation of 10 wards. You can, at the main market in Ukom, which is the Zakiman main market that produces yams for the country, they have settled less than 3 kilometers away from the main market. And that is alarming. And what I said is that there should be the same collaboration between the Nigerian government and US government to flush them out anywhere they are trying to concentrate in a group. It extends up to the attack that happened in Oyo. Anywhere there is collaboration, there's concentration, the bandits are concentrating. There's need for either the Nigerian Air Force to move in, or if they do not have the capacity, then the same collaboration that happened with the US government to be able to flush them out, to avoid them causing mayhem. My main understanding was that the collaboration was intended to finally put a stop to this. I want to give you an example. When this crisis started, during the President Yaradua's time, because I always refer where I was an active participant, what the government adopted was no mercy. There was zero tolerance on mercy, on the bandits. Anywhere we heard there was concentration, our military used to go there to flush them out. This is a situation that politics should be completely set aside, because you are talking of a situation where 80% in Benue State, 80% are farmers, and the farmers have been displaced. There's a potential danger of hunger that's even more serious than the mayhem being caused by the bandits. And this is why I still think that collaborating with US or any other country to flush out the bandit does not in any way undermine the integrity of this country. Okay. I have faith, great hope in the security architecture of Mr. President Bola Tinubu now. Okay. But it goes beyond having faith in government. It goes to practical action. Okay. And this action entails that government of Nigeria must collaborate with sister countries, neighboring countries, and collaborate with US to put a stop to this mayhem, because there's no purpose for this bandit. Okay.
The transmission line is a super highway. For generated electricity and power. They could not even make a down payment for a roasted corn.
So that's the former Attorney General of Nigeria. So let's see if we have our first caller connected. Hopefully. Hello.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, sir. How are you, Baba?
I'm good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
This is Adeza from Edinburgh.
Oh, Adeza. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
I know. It's good to hear from you again as well. Happy New Year once again.
Thank you so much. Same to you. Yeah, year to year we keep on discussing the challenges that Nigerians face. You see, it is unfortunate that we have worst leader in the world. Understand? The first problem, the first stage in addressing challenges is by accepting and recognize that that is a problem.
That's right.
When you have done that, you will now define the problem, gather data and specify the problem, and look for how to solve it.
Right.
Since this issue started happening, Nigeria government have never accepted either the killing of Christian genocide or this. The most problem is that there is a killing in Nigeria. Do you understand? And Christians are the majority. Do you understand? I have lived in Jos for good 9 years. I know if you are talking of insecurity in Nigeria, I can say that I can speak authoritatively on that. I stayed in Jos for 9 years. On different occasions, families, Christian villages are wiped away. 7 family members are killed, and no police intervention, no government intervention. Government has not done anything since this thing started. Now it took Donald Trump's message for them to be running helter-skelter, and now they have not still agreed that is a problem. When that airstrike was done in Sokoto, if you have military or government who wants to do something, if it is a partnership, the Nigeria security is supposed to have been a strategic location so that those people who will be running out, they will be taken away. Do you understand? Instead of that, Musa, who was just appointed as the minister, he went to Sokoto and be snapping with the head of what they call it, or the head of the caliphate there, the Satan of Sokoto, as normally call it, was snapping, making picture. I said, if I have a point, just sack him. It's a serious person.
Promising him that they are probably saying he's not a target or something, because I don't know why they went after that airstrike to go and pay him homage. Even the chief of the army staff they just appointed also went there to go and pay homage.
It doesn't make sense. Understand? What happened that nobody have arrested Gumi? What Gumi has been doing is more than what they are accused of Nnamdi Kanu doing. Till today, he's still talking on the media house that is giving platform to be talking. They are not ready. And unfortunately, the Nigerian people, they are not ready. I was speaking with somebody last week. He said, if they come out, they will use army and police to kill them. I said, it's because you have not come in a large number. There is power in number. If we have, let's say we have 1 million people and 600 people come out, who is that government? But when we say come out, only 3 people will come out. The government will overpower. There is power in number. The people are ready themselves because the power belongs to them. It will continue. It will continue. They will make noise in the pages of paper and the rest of it, and that ends it. Yes, America can do something, but they cannot go down to the nitty-gritty. It is the same Nigerian people who will be making way for all those people to be running away. Now, Kogi State, my state, is gradually becoming like Benue and Jos now. I was seeing the picture you are showing to me in Kaba aside this evening. It gradually become like a Plateau State and a Benue State.
The thought of these places existing alone should send shivers down the spines of a lot of us. Because that could practically be my village, my community, where my own you are seeing people being uprooted from the ancestral lands to God knows where, to get lost in the shovel, right? That should scare a lot of us.
Instead of them to post the governor, their campaign for 2027. And the new INEC chairman has not been able to sanction anybody. The time for campaign has not reached. People are campaigning. They left people that are dying every day alone. Nobody cares. And the INEC chairman is there. He has not sanctioned anybody. That shows unseriousness in the part of his administration. He just started. But have not shown anything that has shown this man is serious to conduct a good election. See what they are doing in rivers. See what they are doing everywhere. And people are just docile. They are not thinking. They are not doing anything. Rather, they come to Facebook and shout and make noise. Until we are ready, nothing will happen.
Themselves and all that. But yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much for stopping by, okay?
Yeah, all right.
It's really good.
All right, thank you.
Have a good one here. So that's Adeza from Edinburgh, right? So let's see. Yeah, I think the line is practically okay. So Kinsley, thank you for that. So yeah, indeed, if the people on their own, which as we have actually seen for years now, right? It seemed that the APC, they have succeeded in breaking the supposed spirit of Nigerians who are suffering this hands. Like it's like helpless, we are in a helpless situation. Hello.
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 Maiyegun.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm very well.
I'm good. Yeah, compliment of the season.
Same to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Maiyegun. Honestly, I'm totally fed up of that country, to be honest. Because look at everything everyone is saying. Though initially, I think any COT members already foreseen what will happen. You understand? We know that once you voted this man, Tinubu into the power, definitely, it might show everybody in Michigan. And you frustrate everybody. And he's a carefree person. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He has that strong heart that whatever is happening, it's not even pinching. It doesn't. It's not removing anything like
it just keeps adding and adding and adding. It's like there's no reprieve for people. No.
That's nothing. That man always stood there. Like that man is so cruel. It's only because everything that is happening, he believes what money cannot do, more money will do it. If it someone cannot do, money will do it. That is brutal. See everything that is going on. Now, how on earth I can't even comprehend. How could you say you're giving America money for like to say
and say these things is not happening? Tell them that I mean, ma'am, they are actually happy to tell the world that people are dying in Nigeria.
This is unspeakable. This is only dying on your roof. Honestly, we need to be very, very careful about that country, the way it's going. But I know I always say it. Already, I've seen it coming. Yeah, I saw it coming because I know that the person they choose is an evil person. So what is the evil person? I always put it when I comment. I always say it like yeah. So he can do. He's going to do what? And then see what he's doing everywhere now. He's just winning. He has destroyed all the parties. He has destroyed all the parties in Nigeria. And he's trying to make it like one more party, just APC.
That's right.
That is what he's doing. That is his target. And he's doing it own shit all the time. That's the get me kicking comes to pass. And the Nigerian people also, look at them. They don't even I think I don't know. I can't even figure them out.
All this struggle for power and money. Yes. All this is really for what? What's the end goal? Because me, I thought that if you have power, it is to change the situation and now you met it. You get that now. But if you make it,
you are talking of a normal person. Yeah. You are talking of a manual. We are talking of a normal and sensible, sensitive, sensitive person. Yes, that one is not applicable to these evil people because they are greedy. They are selfish. They don't care about any other person except them and the people around them. And if you can do like they believe, just support me. If you are with me, then I will do a crumbles.
Yeah, and some people are very comfortable
with that. So that is just it. I only see it, even especially those people that are in the diaspora. We are in the diaspora where system is working, right? And our own country, as a Congo, is drowning, and we don't care, and we'll just depend on the we are contributing to it. I want to dig the whole thing. Let's just go to drown more. I want to one if the system still work at the real control in Nigeria. Everything is going just from bad to worse, and every now and then.
Everyone is just trying to cash on it. See what they can make.
Yes, see what is happening. Sometimes I discuss with people because it's not happening to them. They don't care as well. And I always say to them, the survivor of yesterday might be a victim today.
It's just a matter of time.
If you think it cannot really happen, if you think it can't happen to you, sit down there until it happens. Then you know that it's real. You understand? So, well, I don't know. Maiyegun, you're doing your part. Honestly, you are doing your best. You are doing it's what you are doing. Yeah. Just to open people's eyes, like this is not right. This is how it's supposed to be. All these hidden things that all these our people they are trying to hide. You bring it out. You give us proof. For us to see what is going on, and anyone listening to you. But you are doing your part. God will reward you.
Amen.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much, Maiyegun. Just. Honestly, Allah about because I'm a but Maiyegun, I always say that thing. Yeah, we just say that thing. Allah about because what is it? And I'm sorry, then give me 1 minute, please. What is it God has not done for us? Just tell me. What is it God has not done for us? What else do we need? Share Allah. We are one of the chosen. The country, that country is one of the chosen one that we can say, yes, God loves this country. He gave us good weather. He gave us land. We have land. We have, even in that land, we have so many.
We have resources under those lands that could survive.
Those lands. Not just land. Exactly. We have it. Even the land, the soil is fertile.
That's right.
We have everything for us to live like jets. We are kings and queens. But what is happening? It's now our assignment. Assignment I fail last year. So when I just say that, well, that is the. I think in court everybody mentioned.
Maybe at a point we are going to realize. A lot of us are going to realize that. Allah will not share until we actually really act.
Because that is our own assignment. That is the work we're supposed to do, and we failed to do it. So I don't know what will happen. Maiyegun, thank you so much. God bless you. My regards to the family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a good one. Yes, ma'am. Indeed. God is not going to come down and do it.
The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
Chai!
The cost of fuel has.
So I wish there is other way, but there is none. Just the same tone he used when he said subsidy is gone, with no real preparation, no real arrangement or anything at all to cushion the effect of that announcement. He just announced it. The same way they announced the removal of education subsidy. Just removed it. Removed the electricity subsidy. Just removed it. While people kept complaining and rolling in the entire policies one after the other, they call it reforms. Hello there.
Maiyegun, good evening and happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. How are you?
It's me, Flora.
Oh, Lady Flora. How are you, ma'am?
I'm okay.
You actually decided to call in tonight. That's beautiful.
Yeah, because I just said that it's not. I've been wanting to talk to you. It's not busy, so I just said,
not that busy,
let me quickly call. To thank you.
It's good to hear from you, ma'am. I bet a lot of people in the temple right now possibly are like, oh yeah, that's her.
I know, Maiyegun. I just want to thank you so like the last caller did. I can't thank you enough. You see, you are exposing a lot of us, especially we over here. But the problem is that the people back home, they don't know as much as we know about Nigeria. That is my concern. That's my problem. That's my. It hurts me because if they know as much as we here know, okay, how would they even know? No light.
And we are
how would they
about the vast majority, not those ones who are even like on social media who are dedicated their time on other politics. So we're talking about the vast majority. They don't know.
They don't know. That is my. When I'm discussing with my sister says, what are you talking? How come you are there? You know more than.
Yeah, I didn't know all those things happening.
What I'm saying. They don't know. So the problem is going to continue. This is not. Look, I believe in prayer, but this is not prayer, Maiyegun. It hurts me so much. I lost one of my aunties in Port Harcourt, and one of us in Benin was telling me, "Oh, bring money. Let me give you money to travel. If anything happens to you, who will they go?" I said, "No, not me. Please. Whatever people want to do there, it's because of you."
I'm not going to pay for your transport to those who likely going to take you. That is how concerning for possibly like tens of thousands of people like yourself. You see, a lot of people don't understand why the diasporans are more interested in this. A lot of diasporans have investments in Nigeria. This whole business has reduced their visit to their own investment, their project, and the rest of that, right? Then we have loved ones there. And there are many of them. If anything happens to some of them, it will affect us, no matter how much we
one way or the other. Yes. And really, to be honest, it's because of you are listening. I've turned my back on it. Yes, because of you. At times I will be on the platform, but I won't say anything. I just say, let me just listen. I know Maiyegun is saying the right. Let me just listen and learn. That's all. Because it's heartbreaking. Okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Look at the criminal they put there. Why do you think the country will go? You move on. It's not going to move on now. Look at every sector of the whole place. It's rotting. What do you expect now?
From the president, Vice President, Senate President,
This morning now, this recent morning now, Maiyegun, if this recent morning now, they now use it. I can show the Americans that you are working to fit out to these people to so that this, how can you have an IDP in your own country?
And you are not at war. Please, that one too. You are not at war. You have refugee. You have millions. This is not just number of human beings, children.
Please. It's hard. Let me just leave it. If there's other people that want to talk, Nigeria matter. Nigeria matter.
Be a little bit draining.
No.
You will sit down and be like, but we can't run away from it, ma'am. You know.
Yeah, but you do. Yeah. What are you going to do for office today? The same thing we're discussing. What are we going to do? If we see inside the church, it's even worse because there's one of, I told you I'm a chaplain. One of us was saying what a priest in an Anglican church in Nigeria is doing. They are worse than the politicians. We were discussing it in my department
entirely too, you know.
In my department today, heaven is my weakness. So I will set up. So where would you start from?
Where would you start from?
Good night, my love to your family.
And to yours too, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bless you, ma'am. Okay. You should have a wonderful night, okay? Have a good one. And I do have another caller, but let me quickly say a big thank you to my lady, Latu Aruna. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I know, God bless you. So thank you so much for the text and always the support as well. Okay, bless you. Here is a charm, our lady. Lady Charm, is that you?
It's me. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's like we're having ladies' night tonight, which is beautiful though. Right?
Oh, ladies' night. Yes, I think all the ladies are tired of Nigeria's story.
And the interesting part is that what will make this work, in fact, the message even more acceptable, is when women are interested. Because the moment women are interested in a subject, right? Eventually, that problem is about to actually go away. You know, for those who understand the political kind of like antecedent, okay? Once women are interested and they are in large numbers, so that's why I appreciate those of you who calls in onto the program. Because it's beautiful.
I hope so. I hope so.
We just need
I was listening to Adeiza. Adeiza's input was actually the reason why I was calling. He was saying that, I think he said that Nigeria has bad leaders. And I said, first of all, I don't really believe in democracy. And I think I've been saying that for quite a while. I think democracy as a whole, even as an ideology, is a scam. You know, where you claim to or purport to give your vote or your
sovereignty,
turn away your rights
to somebody,
you hand over everything to somebody to what they call it, to do things on your behalf, and you want to believe that they will have your best interest. But what we have seen time and time again, even in the places that the so-called democracy is supposed to be working, like in the United States, a lot of bills are passed and things are passed that the people don't generally want, but because they have so-called, given their rights, because they told them that you can vote, it is government by the people for the people, but meanwhile it is not. It is government for the highest bidder. Do what we want and don't worry about the electorate. They will come again next time. So again, like I said,
wait for the next election and vote them.
Wait for the next election and vote them out.
And
so I don't.
Power. That's what makes you feel like, okay, we can endure them. Let's vote them out next time. And it's a process.
Next time, exactly.
It's like participating in a ritual.
Exactly, it's like participating in a ritual. Listen, anyone, if you take a step back and just, look at democracies and just the way they behave, you know that democracy is a hoax, it's a scam, it has never worked. All it has helped to do is to accelerate the degradation and the degeneration of the human race. That is what exactly it has been able to achieve. Nothing more, nothing less. Anyway, with regards to Tinubu being a bad leader, I disagree. In as much as he's a bad leader, we have bad followers because we have followers who do not know their rights. Because if you had good followers, if you had people who understood exactly what their so-called power was, right? It doesn't matter who is in power. One day you wait for them, just like Adeza is saying. It's not bad leadership that is worrying us. It's bad followers. Us, we are the ones that allow them to carry on. Because if we actually held them accountable in the sense that this man, look at this tax nonsense that is going on, and everybody is folding their arms. The way exactly, everyone is keeping quiet. Are we acting like this is not going to affect you? It's going to affect everybody, even you and me. When we give money to our parents who are still in Nigeria, or our loved ones who are still in Nigeria, they will be the ones to be any money that we give them is no longer going to be enough, because you have a stupid government that is going to be collecting 7.5% every time they go there. For goodness sake, and everybody is keeping quiet, just like that idiot that was interviewed. Incoherent, saying nothing, and this is supposed to be intentionally incoherent. He wasn't saying anything that made sense, you know. And he gets away with it because largely the populace are ignorant, they're illiterate, so they can go ahead and be as incoherent as they want to be because nobody is going to challenge them. Even the elites that know that these people are incoherent and stupid at the same time, nobody is taking them to task. Why? Nobody is speaking to them and saying anything. Sometimes the Nigerian situation is frustrating because, like I said, in as much as we have terrible leaders, I think we have worse followers. People who are just I don't understand.
Remember that time?
I don't know.
All the elites, Nigeria elites, thinking elites. Do you remember that time? I'm like, you are supposed to be people who are making money legitimately. If government's policies that is going to hurt you, or keeps hurting you, if you are not corrupt, that should
if you're not corrupt yourself,
you to ensure that the right people actually wins power for the sake of your business.
Exactly.
It's so dirty, like the elite are so dirty, charm, right? Like they never complain about anything that per se.
They don't complain about anything because I think, again, the elite, the so-called elite, and this, I told you my father was an economist, and part of the things that he used to say to us, even as growing up as a teenager, he said that we're not being ruled by the bourgeoisie, we're being ruled by peasants. Even in as much as we're saying that these people are so-called elite, they're all peasants, and they act like peasants. They act like people who will never see money, and so they don't do anything about it. If, like you said, if you're a legitimate businessman and you understand how your business is run from point A to point Z, and they are, putting all these bills and passing all these laws and everything, useless policies that in your way that are going to be constituting a nuisance for you. Why are you folding your arms? Why you are the master of your own business? There are so many things that you control. You control the people who work for you. You know that at the end of the day, if you don't suffer, if you are okay, the people under you will not be okay. And at some point in time, they're going to suffer for it when they're not okay. You can gather those people and say, okay, no, we cannot work like this anymore. You have a voice, but you have a country where the people who with voices will refuse to use their voices. And that's why I said, for me, in as much as we have bad leaders, and yes, we do, we have the worst, we have the worst of us. In fact, the worst of the worst. There's no way to even quantify or even qualify, to qualify people like Tinubu. To say that they are worse is even is putting it mildly. Do you understand that they are worse? These people are evil. They are horrible, right? But in as much as we have this, a part of the problem is us. This our Sidon look is finishing all of us. Oh, Maiyegun, I beg. When I called today, my daughter said to me, please, mommy, when you're talking to Maiyegun, don't shout, don't be angry.
You know something, right? You know something. For you saying that, I'm going to say this, right? In another, how old is she?
Oh, she's 16.
Oh, in
an old woman now.
10 years, she's going to understand why you are shouting when you talk to Maiyegun.
Oh yeah, well,
by then, I'm telling you, then she will be like, "Oh, no wonder my mom always kind of like gets a little bit."
She's always shouting. She's very passionate when she's talking about Nigeria.
Now I know, you know what I mean. But we hope that our children won't really have to exist in that hostile world.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope so.
You have a very good
Maiyegun, thank you so much.
God bless you, ma'am.
All right, you too.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Good. So I have another caller. Yeah. Hello. Did I get you? Oh, I didn't. Hello. So I have another caller. Can you hear me? Hello there.
Yeah. Well, I've been watching the show and I've been hearing people complain and call the people stupid and ignorant and how many of you know your ward? How many of you know your local government chairman? How many of you can say you can win at your polling unit? Not many people can say that. They just want to complain. They don't want to do the hard work. They don't want to do the grassroots work. They don't want to invest time. They don't want to invest money. They are just looking for quick solution. Quick solution is how you got Buhari. They are now seeking quick solution in ADC again. You are saying people should go and protest. You are sitting in your comfortable house. And you've not learned lesson. That's another thing. Most Nigerians don't learn lesson. Have you asked yourself, why is it that every time you protest, they attack you? You will see that none of them can ever answer that question. Because Nigerian police is not trained for protest. They are trained for riots. So if you are going to protest, you are just signing your unaliving warrant. So, madness is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Everybody that I've seen complain, they are complaining about doing the same thing everybody is doing. I've not seen any of them talk about a different approach, a different solution. Nothing. Just complaining and looking for somebody to fix the problem for them. Always wanting quick fixes. If you are depending on the international community doesn't really care. As long as they can get their oil and their mineral resources, to hell with you. They don't care about your internal affairs. Do you think they don't know what is going on in Nigeria? They are benefiting from your cheap labor now. When they see you in their country, it makes them feel better than you. Because you are everywhere but home. They know that, okay, you are a lazy person. You do not fight for you are not smart enough to implement things. Always complaining, never bringing new solution. How many of them have sat down for 1 year or 2 years to try to even become a counselor or put somebody that they know there? Get votes without buying it. Get people's loyalty, not by insulting them, not by looking at some of these people calling and saying, oh, government is treating me bad. They don't even treat their house girl good. They don't even treat their gatesmen good. They look at them like they are not even human beings.
Because, I like all your postures, by the way. You are talking in the third person. It was more or less like you guys, you don't have this, you have not done this. It was more or less like you are not involved. You must be doing a lot of your part that you probably feels like could have changed things, if I may ask. What have you done?
Well, I have my own approach, and part of my approach is not making noise, shouting. When you are making noise, you make yourself a target. Right. Before you can even do what you want to implement, you've already let the enemy know who you are, what you plan to do. So by the time you are trying to do what you need to do, they've already targeted you from the beginning. They've already suppressed you. They've already started attacking you.
Or you're not saying that you're speaking in the third person. You are doing the same thing that you possibly accuse other people of. They just complain.
No.
They are complaining about what government is not doing and what the people are not doing, especially the people who are facing the whole thing directly in Nigeria, okay? That's their own complaint. Your own complaint is that, no, they are complaining that government is not doing something, but they are not doing something. Well, you are speaking in the third person.
Okay, I cannot tell you.
Don't worry, sorry, right? I wanted to hear things like, for example, I live in this so place because I know you're not calling from Nigeria too. So I live in this place, but I can tell you I've done this, I've done that, and I've made this difference. For example, it doesn't have to be It may even be APC. Maybe you did it for APC as your own contribution to make a difference. Others may need to kind of copy you. That's why I wanted to hear. But you seem to be speaking in the third person, like you guys are insulting. You shouldn't get that. I would like to hear what
let me say what I am not doing. I am not going and trying to convince people to do the logical thing. I am not insulting the religious institution. Instead, I understand that they have a following, and I am trying to make my presence there, because at the end of the day, it is all about presence. You can't convince these people to do the logical thing, even if it is in their interest. I have understood that. I am not trying to make noise and tell people to protest, because I know the truth. I know that these people are trained for riots. So in order to save people's lives, I am doing what is called grassroots support. Doing something here little and something there little to gain people's trust. I'm not going to shout as a technocrat, because these people, yes, they are illiterate, and one thing they hate is when they don't like somebody coming and telling them what to do, because they have this attitude of, he feels like it's better than us.
Trying to get them to actually hear what you want them to do. Like you said, you've been making contact, grassroots contact, and all of that stuff, right?
Yes, without making noise. Because once you make noise, you become a target. And anything you try to do or implement at that point is already failed. At that point, if they can mark you, if you become exposed, if they know what you are trying to do, just forget about it. You don't need to make noise. You don't need to shout about it. You don't need to complain. Do what you want to do quietly.
Do that thing you want to do, and
quietly.
I see.
Let me give you an example. Okay. When APC wants to shield a candidate, when do you hear about the candidate? It is until it is campaign period. Right. Their candidate has not been shouting for a long time about what they are going to do or where they are going to do it. No, they do their grassroots work first. You will not hear about this person till the last minute.
Right.
That is how it is done in Nigeria. He has gained the recognition of the grassroots. So when he eventually comes out, all the people will be like, this is this person, this is this person. Quickly, he has gained the support.
Right.
Because they know him from grassroots level.
Your own proposition is that for those who are interested in participating in election to actually make a difference, they shouldn't just be online, like you said, making noise, abusing. They should go to the...
You have made yourself a target.
Okay, I get you. But you know that, for instance, on this platform, right, not many of us actually are interested in elections too. But that's going to be...
Then how do you expect to solve your problem?
Maybe you have not
if the people you complain about are using that method, and you don't want to use that method.
Solutions. That's what I'm saying, that maybe you have not been really like watching. But as I said, it's going to be a conversation for another time. Let's take another call because of our time, right? Thanks so much, okay, for calling in. All right. So let's take this. Here. I hope you connect too, right? Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you. Sorry for the long.
No problem. I know. You see, that guy, the last speaker now. Nigeria, that's the people who have a problem in Nigeria. Now, they never understand the system. How can a house stand without good foundation? The country don't have a good foundation. That's where people lack of that knowledge of the country. Country that don't have any foundation. How can you stand? How many years we are talking this in passion? We come to democracy since 1999 to now. Nothing is working.
That's almost 27.
The country is not a country. We are no one. We are different people putting together in one place to kill ourselves. Nothing more. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Why these people fighting against these people that are talking about to share the country? Let the country, everybody go. Why are these people fighting? Because they know that when the country moves, everybody will go and create their own constitution. No country will stand without strong constitution. What is country is constitution. Nigeria don't have a constitution. What we are doing there is just a 419. The criminals is just everyone to come, he put the own constitution. Everybody, Nigeria don't have any constitution though. Nothing. Even that terrorism that we are talking. No constitution hold person as a terrorist in Nigeria. Nobody is a terrorist. Nobody can jail. If you go to the law to follow the law of Nigeria to jail person as a terrorist, nobody can jail person. He can never jail one terrorist. No law. Which is Nigeria don't have a constitution. That's why all these things they are playing. They are playing the game. And the people put it is that the people that put this constitution is terrorists too. How can a thief give you a good constitution? A thief can never give you a good constitution. That's why, yes, because all of them are thieves. So what Nigeria needs is to destroy that foundation. Everybody go their way and start a beginning. Lay good foundation of their place. You cannot come and build house without laying a foundation. That house will never stand. Please, we.
Scholar said,
yes,
people are being killed if they go out to say they want to protest. So they've taken away the right to express their displeasure peacefully, right? Their own displeasure system. They've taken that right away from them. Now, the right to defend themselves, the judiciary is so compromised. So that last caller was pointing to that if you are not acknowledging the fact that these people are willing to kill Nigeria, they've been doing it, and there's been no consequence or no repercussion, right? That means we are not being truthful to ourselves, right? Meaning these people will kill them. So asking them to protest is no longer visible in that Nigeria, which is not what you are saying. The constitution says Nigeria have the right to protest, but the government says no, you don't.
You don't.
So that means
so what do you need again?
The constitution of the people.
No. That's why it's only two things. Only thing we can make Nigeria succeed. Succeed is only bloody revolution. If it can work, only bloody. Nigeria have only two solutions: bloody revolution to kill the elite, start beginning again. The new person will enter, make constitution, give the law that when you do this thing, you die. Then give the law as the China do. This is the only thing. Number two is to divide the country. Everybody go their way. Nothing again. No nothing. No amendment. No peace. No peace.
After that, it's just a waste of time.
It's not time, my brother. Nothing again. It's only these two solutions. Bloody revolution. Killing the elite. Everybody will run. Everywhere we scatter. They start new conditions. They go to them with people where remain. Because no kingdom can stand without violence. Nigeria needs violence. The kingdom of God suffer violence. Violence is by force.
I think we just need to tell themselves the truth that until we actually agree to live together, right, we can continue to lie to ourselves that God created.
We just deceiving ourselves. Okay, just listen to me, my brothers. Look at Christians. They are killing Christians. Christians will not come out and fight. See Iran. Iran is fighting. People who want to help you, let's not deceive ourselves. An outsider will not come and help you without you fighting. He will start fighting. The outsider will come and pity for you. Come and help you. He will not just put your hand. Look at an outsider come and help you. It never happens. It can never happen. You have to start your fight by yourself. People will come. As Donald Trump comes, saying that they are killing Christians. Christians need to rise, to start making noise. They push the drum. They motivate the man to act. Nigerians are cowards. They kill them, finish them. They are cowards. They will push them to the wall. They will go and die. Another pity them again. Let everybody finish. Let the always kill everybody. The one where the men, they take the weight. That's the best thing. Just kill all of them. They are cowards.
To that stage, we need to probably conclude that we need to defend ourselves with or without the government. Now, waiting go little bit that.
They need to defend themselves. Yeah. Somebody go tell you. If they didn't fast right.
I know if they didn't fast right now. But at the same time, we will not forget the fact that if you dare try it, now you there go there charge for terrorism. People will kill 12 cows.
My brother, not terrorism, no case of terrorism. This is we just deceiving ourselves.
I know.
The Nigerian no case. If Nigeria gets case of terrorism, they will judge the man saying that they carry terrorism. They not get the law. The law is not in the book. We will know everything. It's not there.
Thank you so much.
They're just deceiving people.
Enjoy the rest.
Thank you.
Have a very good work.
Thank you for your good work. Yes, you're doing a good thing.
So we have another caller on the line. Let's hope it connects. Yeah. Hello. Oh, unfortunately, it's kind of like didn't connect straight to the program. Let's say this. Is this one connected? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, what a shit. Okay. Can you hear me?
General.
Sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Is this Prince Adewale, the African Wahala? Is that you?
Yes, sir. It's me.
It's you. How are you doing tonight, Baba?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the great program.
God bless. Thanks so much for the support as well, Baba.
Yeah, I just wanted to contribute my own part, and I feel like the ultimate solution to Nigeria is a division. But before we get there, what are the realistic pathways towards getting there? There is really none, apart from a bloody revolution, like the previous speaker said. And I wouldn't even call that a revolution. I would just call that a bloody, jeopardy, chaotic situation. Anarchy. So we either go through an ultimate anarchy and everybody is defending himself. There are different warlords with different weapons.
Are describing civil war here. Because you see,
yeah,
this is what is likely going to lead to, because we may not have revolution in Nigeria the same people are seeing it. I'm just thinking, a situation like this, the insecurity to start with, as well as the stealing of the resources and all that, I think that is likely going to then lead to people harming themselves, border to border, which in the long run, we are going to have a civil war on our hands. Revolution, African color. You think?
Unfortunately, I wish we wouldn't have to go through that path. And that's why the second option will be to still try to use their fake, corrupt electoral process. Now, the obedience showed that it's possible to make an impact through the electoral process. Yes, they did it. They showed us in 2023. And people like me, we appreciate them for showing us that. However, we should also be careful what we support. Because I don't understand the obedient movement personally. If the obedient movement, with their huge numbers in 2023, could do what they did, why didn't they just start a political party and build off of that? Why do they have to go and collaborate with PDP and APC? That's what I don't get.
And they've got 3 years to do that.
Because ADC, yeah, they've had a lot. I mean, it happened in 2023. This is 2027. I mean, it's 2026. This is enough time to have built a political party and fire again in 2027 or fire again in 2031. But for some reason, their superstar, Peter Obi, he chose to go and collaborate with PDP and APC members in a new political party called ADC. So where the problem is the supporters, many of them should have at that point drawn a line that if we are trying to escape from this mess of a country that is currently run by APC, why are we trying to collaborate with APC to rescue us from APC? That's what I don't understand. So my own ultimate solution is simple. We need to throw out all these politicians that have been in power since the beginning of the country. We need not give them any benefit of doubt any longer. No more benefit of doubt. As far as they have been in power at some point, you shouldn't be supporting them as a victim of Nigeria. It's better we be oppressed form our own political party if we have an ideology that makes sense
I mean, there is
and pursue that route. So that's my own suggestion.
Started from scratch, didn't join anybody. But how did that momentum, that opportunity got lost between 2019 and 2023? Is something that I always kind of like beat myself to, like the level of the diaspora involvement, you know, in that 2029 journey. Then all of that was supposed to be built on. Remember, in 2022, 2023, just got lost in the shovel. I remember it didn't just happen. No. You remember Amici and the guys he sponsored to take over the ANC, and how many years they had to drag and drag. Remember? So it seemed like when Nigeria is, even if you go start up fresh, you still won't escape. The system has been built that way. And here we are.
But Maiyegun, the AAC was successful in snatching their party back from the attempts of PDP. Yes. And I'm telling you, brother, if you look at what is going on, the AAC will slowly start gaining traction. That's what's going to happen next in the political evolution of Nigeria. A political party like the AAC will slowly start gaining traction and will eventually be one of the big players in Nigeria. As far as the situation continues this way, we don't end up in a civil war in the nearest future, a party like AAC will slowly gain traction. Because more and more people will realize that we can't continue making the same mistakes. We can't continue being emotional, following the same people, and then we expect a different result. And finally, part of the reasons why a lot of people need to check themselves personally. The reasons why we are quick to follow these people is because we have religious influence and cultural influence. Those two influences make people submit themselves. People willfully submit themselves for other people. They are always looking for saviors. Oh, come and save me.
Mentality.
And that is not the right approach. Yes, the herd mentality. And that's my contribution, my general. Thank you so much, Maiyegun.
And you too. Thank you very much for stopping by, Baba. Say me well to the girls. You have a good one, Baba.
Yes, sir.
So that's the African Wahala. Our time is up. And I hope that we can possibly continue this tomorrow or another time. So thank you so much for spending your evening with me, with all of us here. Hi, Rook. Enjoy the rest of the evening, sir, on your birthday. And everybody whose birthday is today, who's having their own birthday today, I may not actually be able to kind of like mention your names because I don't have it, but happy birthday to all of you. And those who are going to have the asset tomorrow. So please like the broadcast. If you haven't, subscribe to the channel live. And thank you very much for joining me again. So as you are joining, remember, after reading the caption of the broadcast, read the description of the broadcast as well. Like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends, and tell them to join us. Maiyegun is live. And of course, if time permits, we can possibly take in calls tonight. So thank you for joining us. So we are going to start with the rider of the broadcast, which is the development going on in Rivers State. Last week, the Status of Assembly, Rivers Status of Assembly, sent a letter, an impeachment notice, 8 allegations against the governor, bordering on a gross misconduct, mismanagement of public fund, not getting state assembly's appropriation approval before spending money, and on like that. Then, a few days after that, I think it was like about 2 days after, 2 members from those who signed the impeachment notice that was sent to the governor and the deputy governor, 2 of them came back and said, well, you know what, they would prefer they use political solution to solve their problems instead of going the route of impeachment that may likely throw the state into another chaos. Then 2 days ago, Another 2 members of the same group of lawmakers who are planning to remove the governor also said they would prefer the political solution whereby there would be no need for any impeachment. All of that now is like they have walked back all they have said, because this morning, first, the 4 members of the State House of Assembly that initially supported what they call the political solution that withdrew from the impeachment of Fubara, they were the first to speak by walking back on their own statements. So now they are all going ahead with the impeachment of Fubara. Do you need a backstory? No, you don't. So we're going to start from that, all right? So they have moved as far as sending a letter to the state chief justice of the state, like the chief judge of the state, to constitute what they call the impeachment panel, the one that would then give the State House of Assembly the go-ahead or not to impeach the governor. So this afternoon, the governor's group or his own camp, they approached a court in Rivers, the Port Harcourt High Court, that granted them an ex parte order. An ex parte order is to say the status quo should remain. Things should be as they are right now. There shouldn't be any impeachment or whatever, panel. However, the State House of Assembly have concluded, these guys have actually concluded their plan. And if everything goes as they are planning, Fubara and his deputy may cease to be governor and deputy governor of Rivers State before the end of this month, if they succeed. Now let's see how that plays out. So first, the 4 members that initially said they were not going to be part of the impeachment process anymore walked back on their own words, and they are part and parcel of the impeachment process against the Fubara with the weakest godson. Yeah.
Good morning, members of the press. You will recall that on the 12th day of January 2026, myself and my colleague, Honorable Peter Aben, addressed the press, wherein we made a plea to our colleagues to seek for a political solution to this impasse that is going on between the Assembly and the Governor of Rivers State. During the pendency of this appeal, we found out that the Governor and the Deputy Governor, they have all employed their media boys and aides to continuously attack the Rivers State House of Assembly instead of seeking for the political solution which we offer. It is on this basis that I, Honorable Silvanus Wangwo, and my fellow colleague here, Honorable Peter Aden, is saying that the impeachment proceedings should continue. We have extended our plea. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen of the press, you will recall, as the minority leader said, some few days ago, we pleaded with our colleagues to rescind the impeachment process. But as we all know, as my colleague, the minority leader said, we have been a series of attacks because we see that the governor's ploy is to continue to infringe on the Constitution. And remember, I told you that infringement on the Constitution is a no-go, it's a no-no. So the infringement, there is no stopping the governor and the deputy. So me, as an Ijaw man, I'm an Ijaw man with the governor, and this is not ethnic, we should not ethnicize this. This is simply a constitutional matter. And so we are saying that the process should hereby continue. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I, Honorable Barile Wako, the Deputy Minority Leader and member representing the Ghana Constituency 1. Recall that on Wednesday, the 14th of January 2025, Honorable Emilia Loki Amadi and I addressed the media and stated that we are willing to adopt a political solution to the matter affecting the governor and his deputy governor removal from office. Regrettably, the governor and deputy governor have sent signals to us that they are not prepared to retrace their steps and govern in line with the constitution. They are adamant. We are now convinced that their strategy is to intimidate us into withdrawing the impeachment process for the third time while they continue their infractions on the constitution and the law. They are insisting that others will come and we will not perform the oversight function like other states' legislation in the federation. This is very bad for our democracy. On this note, we are proceeding with the impeachment process, and while we thank Mr. President for his fatherly effort so far that the governor and the deputy governor have both disregarded, let me call on my colleague to say something concerning this issue. Thank you.
Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I am Honorable Emilia Lucky Amadi. I represent the good people of Obiakpo State Constituency 2. What Honorable Barile Wako just said now is that we have resolved to proceed with the impeachment process. We had earlier taken a position to consider a political solution, but the governor and deputy governor are ignoring us. And regarding the House of Assembly, to the background, they are insisting that they will not govern in line with the Constitution and that nothing will happen. There are strong indications that they are adamant with their decisions to continue with illegal actions in their state. And they are boasting that we do not matter and cannot perform oversight functions.
The two ladies are probably like illiterate. I don't know. I'm not like, they are like so dumb than what you can imagine. They had to jot something in a paper for them to go and read. The last time when they paired, the women, and the two of them were reading what they called their, following their hearts, right? In asking for political solution. Like then, it was the same piece of paper, reading like a kindergarten kids in a way. Honorable lawmakers. The second one that is saying that the governor said they don't matter. 2 days ago, he practically said she contacted Werewike, and Werewike told her to follow her mind or heart. And her heart is to call for political solution. Now, let me tell you the backstory of what changed in the last 48 hours. So initially, they said Fubara, Fubara himself said he was waiting for Werewike to arrange a meeting between himself and the State House of Assembly. But somehow, he managed to break into their ranks, in which some of them were accused of collecting money from him. That only lasted for just 3-4 days, right? So he managed to broker a kind of a deal with them, and they were supposed to reconvene yesterday. But somehow they didn't, because yesterday was the time they were supposed to actually really meet, discuss all their differences in court. And they seemed to have agreed to meet. All right, but the speaker didn't convene them to meet yesterday. So between that yesterday and today, everything changed. Now they are back to pointing fingers at themselves. It is his fault. They are using their media to abuse us. They are still threatening us and all of that. So when they all assembled in the house of the speaker this morning, that's when they were doing that, staged performance. All of them met, 26 of them, according to their reports, right? So then they walk straight into a place they are currently using as the temporary State House of Assembly sort of complex, right? And then this happened. This was before this was before they notified or directed the chief judge of the state to convene a panel and the process here. Rivers State House of Assembly.
Pursuant to this section of the Constitution, I seek your leave to immediately put this to vote on that note. Members who are in support that the notice of allegations of gross misconduct against His Excellency Sir Fubara, GSSRS, Governor of State, be investigated to indicate by raising their hands. Please do the count. Against, abstention, distinguished colleagues, the clerk, and ensure that the votes counted. Those in favor that the investigation should proceed are 25 number. Against, nil. Abstention, nil. Distinguished colleagues, by this voting, the Rivers State House of Assembly has resolved that investigations against allegations of gross misconduct leveled against His Excellency Sir Fubara, Governor of Rivers State, should proceed to the next level, which is investigation, and by virtue of Section 188, subsection 5, I will ensure that the resolution of this House is immediately communicated to the Chief Judge of Rivers State. Clerk, what do we have next?
A call for votes in view of the notice of allegation of gross misconduct against Her Excellency Professor Ngozi Mamudo, DSSRS, Deputy Governor of Rivers State, pursuant to Section 188, subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, the clerk has just read what we have in the other paper, which is the call for votes in view of the notice of allegations of gross misconduct against Her Excellency the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Professor Ngozi Mamudo, DSSRS, pursuant to Section 188, subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, is amended. Distinguished colleagues, on that note, let me put the question. Those in favor that the allegations of gross misconduct against Her Excellency the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Professor Ngozi Mamudo, DSSRS, be investigated to indicate by raising their hands. Against, abstention, distinguished colleagues, the clerk of the House will ensure that the counting is properly done and have the votes in the day. Those in favor the decision that Excellency the Deputy Governor should be investigated and that the allegations should be forwarded to the Chief Judge are 25 in number. Against, nil. Abstention, nil. Distinguished colleagues, by this voting, the
clearly shows the decision of the House, which is that we have resolved that the investigation against the Excellency the Deputy Governor should commence, and that Mr. Speaker, applying Section 188, subsection 5, will forward a letter to the Chief Judge of Rivers State calling on him to immediately set up a 7-man panel to begin investigations of these allegations against Her Excellency the Deputy Governor of Rivers State.
So now let me explain what that actually means if they succeed. Presently, Fubara's camp, they have managed to go and get an ex parte order. Ex parte order is just a temporary order to say don't do anything for now. If I don't act on any of this decision, or ex parte order can really stop them. Then if they succeed, and Fubara and his deputy, they are both impeached, the speaker will become the acting governor, and they will now compel the INEC to conduct another election in between 90 and 180 days. That is between 3 months and 6 months. So how smooth that is going to play out remains with the person who is pulling the string. The guys in the State House of Assembly are saying that Fubara is not kind of like innocent in a way, that it might be sounding like he's fighting his godfather, but the real problem is actually with them, that Fubara doesn't recognize them, it doesn't deal with them, it doesn't even pay them what is their constitutionally due like payment. It doesn't. And all of these, they are infractions against the Constitution. But we all know the root cause, the genesis. So if Fubara is legitimately elected as governor of Rivers State, right? That's where you're going to see the people of Rivers State to say, no, we reject this, but he is not legitimately elected. In that sense, right? It makes the entire thing a mockery of what they call their democracy. It's all kind of like, you know. So Werewike and his men they're counting days, counting time. But this afternoon, right? Federal High Court, is it? Or State High Court rather, in Port Harcourt, granted an ex parte order, which does this copy on the screen, right? So they put on all the members in the, and here is another thing I actually want to say before I even go into that. Wait. How many of you have ever wondered, like, this Fubara of a person, right? That let's assume that, or let's agree that Werewike, they have plotted and put all these guys together. Out of 32 or 30, 32 House of Assembly members, right, is unable to actually win over at least half of them to his own side. I mean, to show that he's actually on ground. He is not. This sense, you know, it could have probably been on ground if he succeeded without the Supreme Court intervention at the time, because if he had succeeded, by the way, there won't be these guys as House of Assembly members anymore. They will be gone, because he actually said they were gone. That wasn't solid, right? So the local government, he nearly took that over as well, but today it doesn't have that. It doesn't have the status of assembly. So with what Tinubu has kind of like built for them or arranged there in that Rivers State politically, Fubara is not that going to be that relevant. Anyone could play his role. Do you get what I mean now? The only way Fubara could actually be real relevant in any of this is that if the Rivers State people actually turn out in their hundreds of thousands, like they just like picket everywhere, they will say, oh yeah, he's their governor. But you know, that is not happening in Rivers State, or maybe not yet. Anyway, so we don't know how the people are actually taking the impeachment, or they are just looking at it like it's part of this their face of nonsense. So it's probably never going to happen. But when this guy succeeds, or if this guy succeed, right, in the next 2 weeks, Fubara may cease to be governor of Rivers State. And as for the chief judge, this is the chief judge of Rivers State, the man that is going to set up the panel, 7-man panel, to investigate Fubara. So the ex parte order granted them today, which was to stop all of these guys, right, from going ahead to remove Fubara. And they got it, you know. It's like it's hereby ordered as follows. And you need to understand what an ex parte means. Ex parte order is not a court judgment, so you get that now. It will expire. How many days is ex parte order again? 7 days? Please remind me, those of you who are lawyers in the temple, how many days is the lifespan of an ex parte order in a court? That's what I was just saying. Don't do anything. Adeza is a lawyer. I think it's 21 days or 7 days or 30 days. So the point there is that it doesn't really hold anything. What it does is to buy time. And most of the time, people barely kind of like obey it, especially when it is politically sort of like factored or so. They won't obey it. And now the chief judge of Rivers State, we are about to find out if he is on the side of a Fubara or not. Because this is the person legally that can legalize all of that action. If he put together that 7-man panel, now, this is something you need to also know, the process. If the chief judge put together the 7-man panel to investigate all the allegations against the Fubara, he is likely going to pick the people that are loyal to the cause. Likely. Please remember that, all right? Likely going to pick, because this whole thing is not happening like, you know, legally or so to say. Somebody is pulling the string. Everything is already factored. Everything is sorted. So if this chief judge is not on his side, then that is the man that is going to determine. But if you see the breaking news tomorrow that the chief judge of Rivers State has appointed the 7-man panel, then that means Fubara is gone. And I don't think he will actually be able to even get back. If they impeach him as Rivers State governor, he is not coming back. Not like all those ones we've had that they went back to court and the court returned them, like Peter Obi and who else? Ladoja. And who else was also like impeached and the court returned him at the time. Weremike is a member of, is a life bencher. That means he's a member of the judiciary for life until he dies. And that is one role or one useful role that is playing for Tifnumbu as well, more than just all the other noise that we see around where people, you know, scream and sing around them. So the ex parte order, which is like 3 of them. The first one is that an interim injunction is hereby made restraining the 32nd defendant. The 32nd defendant is the chief judge of Rivers State. So they are restraining him from receiving, forwarding, considering, and or howsoever acting on any request, resolution, articles of impeachment or other documents or communication from the 1st to the 27th. The 1st and 27th respondents are, the 4th and the 7th defendants in this case are the speaker and all the House of Assembly members planning to impeach the governor, right? So then again, other documents from the 1st to 27th and 31st. So, defendant, for the purpose of constituting a panel to investigate the purported allegation of misconduct against the claimant, applicant, for 7 days. Ex parte order is 7 days. Oh, see, don't do anything for 7 days. Oh, that doesn't mean that something is not going to happen. The second one is that leave is also granted to the claimant, which is Fubara and his deputy, the applicant, to serve this interim order, the originating processes, and all other subsequent process in this suit meant for the 1st to 31st defendants, to wit, by pasting the said processes at the gate of the Rivers State House of Assembly quarters, opposite former NDDC quarters, Aba Road, Port Harcourt, in Rivers State. And the third one, right? The third one is that this case stands adjourned until the 23rd of January 2026 for motion given at Port Harcourt. So this is the interim ex parte order for 7 days until the court can then hear the case. And what is the case? Fubara is saying that he's done nothing wrong and the court must stop the impeachment proceeding against him. I don't know how old some of us who are younger watching this broadcast are, right? But if you go back and read the lot of impeachments, people impeached or governors impeached in Nigeria, they are not impeached simply because they are corrupt. They were not impeached simply because they like incompetent and the rest of that alone. They were simply impeached because they went against whatever agreement they had with their godfathers at the time. Yes. If you remember Ladoja versus Adedibu, you remember? Yeah. Then you have Peter Obi, as well as the PDP controlled House of Assembly by the Chris Uba and the Ubas. Remember? The same guys who kidnapped Chris Ngige, the governor in Anambra State. So it's always about the disagreement between the political godfathers and their supposed beneficiary of such. So, no, that of Peter Obi is actually because the guy won't let the State House of Assembly get away with overbloated budget, renovation of government house, and some other stupid things. So they removed him for not approving the money. Anyway, so it's always about this interest. It's not about anything really legal or legit. Okay, so if Fubara and his godfather managed to twist themselves, the next 2 weeks may actually really, it may, something about them is that it may even happen before 2 weeks. Depends on how desperate they want this done, right? So the last time where the wiki was in Rivers before he returned back to Abuja, he's praising us on the streets. River State. Somebody mentioned Fayoshe. That's true. Fayoshe was a thief. And at the same time, if you know the story of how Fayoshe became governor of Ekiti State, yeah, and the sweep of the southwest region by Obasanjo at the time, and yeah, when Obasanjo later found out that Fayoshe was actually a crook, like Fayoshe was actually a real crook, confirmed crook. But we are not talking about Fayoshe tonight. So it was Obasanjo, when Obasanjo visited him in Ekiti, right? Fayoshe was commissioning a new poultry project. It was supposed to be the biggest state-owned poultry project of that era. That was what the advert said. So they invited Obasanjo to come and commission it. So when Obasanjo got to each section, first, I think he got to the areas where they had their cows. It felt like this doesn't look like a place. This doesn't look like this is where they raise these cows. Like, he got to the place where they were raising the pigs. Same thing. It was like, why are those pigs look so clean and, okay. Then he got to the place where they had the chickens, the poultry, right? When he finally got to the poultry side, the biggest. And he was there for like about 15, 20 minutes. Obasanjo is a farmer himself, right? So he was like, Ayo, I want to hear Benny. A question like, are your own chickens, do your own chickens not excrete anything at all? They know they cheat. They know they shit. That was the end of the tour. That was the end of the state visit. From there, Obasanjo left for the airport and boom, back to Abuja. That was the beginning of the end of Faulishe at the time. So what happened after? Obasanjo discovered that there is actually even more other fraudulent projects. What did Faulishe did? Faulishe went to Ibadan, right? He went to Ibadan where there were poultries, like big, massive poultry, private-owned poultries. He rented their chicken, rented cages, rented animals, rented all these things, and they transported them to Ekiti. Yeah, that's what Faulishe did. And immediately after the whole thing, they returned all of the chicken back to the owners and all that. And they were supposed to be the Ekiti State government poultry projects, billions of naira. So Obasanjo was so mad. He was so mad because Faulishe then was like very young. He was very young as a governor, a PDP governor, that they schemed him, they rigged him in Ekiti as well. Even though he kind of like was popular, no doubt too, when he was giving them free water. Faulishe a criminal. Faulishe returned back to Nigeria and he started sharing water. He started sharing water to people. You know, Ekiti people had no water. So what did Faulishe did? They went all these water tankers, you know, all these trucks, all those Bedford old trucks, selling water, all these water tankers. So Faulishe will now give them money to go and get water and distribute it to every community. Do you get that now? They didn't buy any tanker or anything. No. You just give them money and say, how much is your tanker? They say, it's 500 naira, 500 naira. You take 3,000 naira. Go and supply 6 trucks of water to this community. So he kept doing that. So he became very popular. So when Obasanjo was so kind of like enraged about the whole scam, you know what he did? They went to Ekiti State, EFCC. EFCC went to Ekiti State. They rounded up all the State House of Assembly members. They took them to Abuja. I don't know if they tortured them or they threatened them, or I don't know. They told them they are all going to jail. Hey, Obasanjo, madman. That's why he did this same your democracy. They took all of them to Abuja. They spent 2 nights in Abuja. When they returned them back to Ekiti, it was EFCC bus. They used EFCC buses to bus them to Ekiti, straight to Ekiti government house. EFCC were like this. Speaker, House of Assembly member, all of them, they sat from airport to Ekiti, State House of Assembly. They monitored them. That was when they impeached Faulishe. And I'm talking about these were like praise singers, house members who are like licking the feet of Faulishe. But when Obasanjo was interested, that's what happened. So Faulishe had to run away. He hid in the boot, in the trunk of a Mercedes-Benz car in the government house, a marked car. So the governor of the state, he hid inside the trunk of the car. They drove him like that to Ibadan. That was how he got there. That was how he escaped. They now declared him wanted. Drama don't happen for that country. Today, that Faulishe is being called a leader. He's on TV in Nigeria, talking about politics, talking about leadership, talking about party this and that. Crazy stuff. Sorry for that little deviation, okay? So, whatever you are witnessing in Rivers State today, don't ever look at it from this logical lens of, oh, this one is legal, this is not. No. You can wake up tomorrow and they will tell you that, you know what, the panel is in place. Fubara may say it's not going to appear before them. 3-4 days later, they will say the panel has indicted him. Boom. Before you know it, the entire River State is going to be filled with military, police all over the place, trucks, everything. Now we're going to wonder, say, Tinubu will allow me to remove Fubara. Fubara's role can be played by anyone. You need to understand that. You see, anyone they put there tomorrow, did you not see them when they gave them a sole administrator? The old complaints and noise only lasted for how many days or how many weeks? After that, did people not find their way to go and look for favor in the hands of the sole administrator? That's what will happen in this instance. But yeah, we keep putting it in the diary. See? And another election is coming. The same process is going to produce the same crop of, characters who are going to occupy all these important positions, making these important decisions. And whenever there are political differences, sort of like clashes, right? the people are those who are going to suffer it, the victims in the end. Those who were in power yesterday, who lorded over us like they were the lord of the manor, right? Which I think they were, because they felt on top of the world, and just like those who are dead today, as they are doing, like, 8 years, we will do our 8 years, nothing will happen. Those who were there yesterday were also told to do the right thing, because if Goodluck Egbere Jonathan was like them, right, there will never be APC. That be the usual permutations and all of that stuff. There won't be APC, because you see that idea of doing his own electoral reforms in 2014, 2015 actually changed the game, only for the APC to come in and destroy all of that. Why was that? Somebody is trying to now tell us why Buhari couldn't sign electoral reform, which would have ordinarily ushered in a free and fair election in Nigeria. So those who benefited from that are now in power. And those who failed to do the right thing, they are now outside, out of power. They want to go back to power. They want to get into power again. So they are promising, asking the ones who are currently benefiting from the failed system, in a way, the faulty system. Right? So they are like asking them to do electoral reform. Doing electoral reform by these guys is like signing your own political death warrant, so to say. Rotif me Amechi, they will be my Judas Iscariot. He's been very vocal lately, by the way, because he's also running for president. And he's also willing to do one term. Remember, he's the guy who came second to Tifnumbu in their APC primaries in 2023. So he's not a pushover. So here he is, trying to explain to us why Buhari couldn't do electoral reform and Tifnumbu won't do it. And the cycle continues, like a hopeless situation. Watch this.
So a lot of people have said that I'm no longer talking. The more you talk, the more you reveal your strategy. So that's what you're going to do here now. Everything you said was in my head. If you ask those who meet with me, they will tell you that I have been having meetings and talking with them about the possibility of winning the 2027 election. The problem with election in Nigeria is that there is no incumbent government that can achieve electoral reform. None. Buhari tried it and failed. In fact, National Assembly passed the law and dropped on his table. And the man held his pen to sign. I know those who came to him and said, oh, no, don't try this. Russia will rig the election. They will hack the election. And I wish I were there. I would have told him that everything has an antidote. So if there's a Russia, there's an America. But once they told him that, and that was 2020, it first started from 2019, they convinced him not to. So he did not. By 2023, he was determined, very determined. He said that is the only legacy he wants to leave for Nigeria. So when they brought it, that's why you can see that the National Assembly members, past and present, were not automatic delegates. Because he reached an agreement with them to go and make amendments and bring back. They said no, that he should sign first. That once he signs, they will go and make the amendment and come back. So he signed. When they got to the National Assembly, they did not come back. By the time they realized that they had omitted people like us who were automatic delegates by being a former speaker, and they wanted to include it, when they brought it, Buhari refused. He refused to sign. That's because he wanted electoral reform. And National Assembly actually passed it, but people around him made sure he did not sign that into law and got what they wanted. Now, those same people are back here. Here, this side I am, or where we are now, shouting electoral reform, electoral reform. So you see this crowd. If tomorrow you wake up and Tinubu is no longer the president, and then you become part of government, Tinubu will be here now shouting electoral reform. The problem with Nigeria is what? Nigeria. There is no other, it's not even the elites. Like I said before, how many elites are there actually that you cannot overcome? Now, I tell the opposition party that you're the problem. we're discussing it here. The opposition party is not discussing how to save Nigeria, how to win the next election. I'm from North, I have the votes. I'm from South, it's our turn. Nobody's saying, oh, things are bad. How do we change the candidate? Do you want to do one term or not one term? That's all. Nothing else is discussed. So, while the elites are busy discussing how to get to power, what is happening? The voters, the citizens, are helping the elites to achieve that objective. I saw a video of people collecting money to vote in Anambra. That's not much of a problem. How much do they have? There are 270 million Nigerians according to the United Nations. How much do they have to give 270 million Nigerians? So that's not the problem. The problem actually is in the writing of result, which is done actually in the north, mostly in south-south and southeast. You know, when they say Tinubu is invisible, I say he's the most vulnerable presidential candidate you can face. Don't forget that I ran Buhari's campaign. How many of you can tell me one feature, the greatest feature we had in Buhari's campaign? How many? People are not observant. We made it difficult for any Nigerian governor to go to his state and come out freely. Any day Buhari is coming to any state, the governor is on the run because the madness of the citizens chased them away. We got to Bauchi. The aircraft we took to Bauchi, the wing was damaged. They were looking for Buhari. They jumped on top of the wing. I recently wanted to push Buhari out of the plane to save the plane because it was a River State government plane. In Jos 2015, I realized that Buhari was the problem. I had to step back because they were attacking us. When I stepped back, I was safe. Buhari was fighting for himself, no police, nothing, until he got into the bus. Why? We mobilized Nigerians to know that if they rigged us out, war. If you rig us out, you rig problem. I hear the story of good luck is not, Jagaban is not good luck. We did not care who. As far as we are concerned, they are going to rig the election. So show them that there will be what? Fire. And the whole world knew there would be fire. There is a video people are showing around. I made sure them went to America. I never went to any America. That was here in Lagos. Lagos, I was in the meeting. American government without anybody petitioning to them. Who are they God? So a lot of people have said
he's talking rubbish. Those are the kind of stupid stories they love to reminisce on. When we went to people who are like so and so to us. So what did Bokwari use in rewarding all of that? How did Bokwari rewarded Nigeria? How did he reward Nigerians? With all of what he just described, he left them in abject poverty. He left the country in the hands of the ravaging terrorists. And at the same time, they wrecked the economy of the country. They looted the country like tomorrow, no day. Those who are like, those he claimed were around there, Bokwari, most of them now, well, they are standing trial for corruption. And they are claiming that it is because they are not supporting Tinubu. So how did they reward all of these? Are the stories. So they rode on the people's vulnerability at the time, right, to power. And how did they reward them? How many Nigerians lost their lives in the hands of the terrorist political party called the APC in the last 10 years, in the 8 years of Bokwari? So now they are counting on you to get rid of Tinubu. So he's talking tough. I like the part where he said that You know, it was so strong enough that they believed that they couldn't rig them out. So if you try to rig them, it's going to be war. Yeah, he's giving himself that what do you call that accolade, so to say. So what are they going to tell you now that is probably going to make you go toe to toe with the Tifnubus and his rigging machine, and for their own sake? Same set of, shall you say? Let him tell us. He continued.
God, after the president, no other person. So how can I petition the American government? What would they do? But American government came here after speaking to other countries. What they come to do? Good luck, don't rig. If you rig, we will not recognize you. Opposition, if you visit violence, we will not recognize you. So they went to the president and told the president their mind. We are here for free and fair election. Please don't rig. Opposition, if you dare try violence, this is our response to it. But Nigerians say, oh, we went for Christian genocide. We went to report Goodluck. We report him. Do you report the president? The only place you can report a president is either the National Assembly or God. Not America. But you're circulating. Oh, we went to America. We went to America. To do what? I was chairman of Governors Forum, so I was invited to the meeting. And they told us clearly they wanted a free and fair election. And that was one of the freest elections we've ever had in Nigeria. Were there problems? Of course. So it depends on how prepared the opposition and the people are. If you mobilize the people, if you make them know that today there will be madness, they will all be mad. Ask PDP now, could they campaign in Kano? They couldn't. When they went there, what they hear? Bamaso, Bamaso. What is Bamaso in Hausa? We don't agree. We don't want to. Because we had mobilized Nigerians. What about Bauchi? When they got into Bauchi and they left, Emir couldn't go anywhere. The people said he must wait until we come. I got a call and they said, look, we must go to Bauchi now so that the Emir can be free. We had to alter our program to go to Bauchi. Who watched us in Borno? I was scared stiff because of Boko Haram. And we had planned not to go to Borno. We got to Borno as they were shooting, people were going. Who was shooting? The military. To scare them. Instead of people to run back, they were running towards the gun. In fact, one of my friends told me that they were saying, this is AK-47. No, this is not strong. The other one is machine gun. So they knew the sound of guns and they didn't care. So the first solution to electoral reform is not the government. Government won't give you electoral reform. The first solution to electoral reform is what? The people. Don't be shouting electoral reform, electoral reform. You are the problem. The more you say they have written the result, the more you have voter apathy. Voter apathy will make Tinubu return to Villa. 20-something%, 30-something%, and your president, that's arrant nonsense. In the country of 200 and something million. So tell the people the power is in your hands. Come out. If Tinubu is that invisible, how was he defeated in Lagos? I was told how he was defeated. The Christian churches, the churches invited everybody for a night vigil. Right? The Igbos and the indigenous. All they did was sit down there. As you finish voting, they are there. Where is the result sheet? Electoral personnel knew that result sheet, absence of result sheet will be war. So there was result sheet right there. You have finished? Say yes. Announce the result. You announce it. Upload it. You upload it. They escort you. Since you want collation, they will escort you. APC men were on the run in Lagos because they were ready for war. It was after the presidential election that they gave up on the governorship. But they won Lagos. It can be repeated. But first and foremost, you must agree that the man there is not invisible. I don't see him as invisible. The problem is the opposition. I can do one term. I can't do one term. I'm from the north. I'm not from the north. I'm south. It's our turn. No. Get the best material that can govern the country. Not that can. There are two materials you must look for. The problem is we have no qualification for any politician. It is an all-comers game. So if you say you want a president, make sure the president is qualified to run the election. What's the first qualification? That he must change the country when he becomes president. What's the second one? He must have the capacity to say, I will be mad with you. Since election, all of us go die. The moment the other party sees it, that's what we did in APC. We made sure PDP knew that we were former members of PDP and we knew what they do to win election. If you try it with us, we'll balance it. May God bless you.
So they needed somebody who is like rough and ready to tell APC that we'll die there. We'll get to that one. But Oshiomhole is not convinced. It was somewhere a few days ago. Okay, this is now like old clip, okay? I just thought it's relevant to this conversation, all right? So Oshiomhole was somewhere where Adiza was doing her 50th birthday. Okay? Adiza was the lady that was appointed in charge of the Nigerian Port Authority. And they were all there to kind of like praise her, blah, blah, blah. Then Oshiomhole now referenced Rotifmi Amechi. That Amechi is telling everybody that he's hungry today. Thank you, Charade, Adiza. You have made them hungry now, something like that. Mocking the same guy because they were together before, by the way, right? Oshiomhole.
I was very privileged, which is why I feel always indebted to you, because the reason all of us must strive to do good and make name is that so that our children, even if we don't get the benefit, our children will get the benefit. When you were appointed as MD of MPA, some people with bad belly who were drunk with power, they tried to rubbish you without knowing your background, and you fought back. They try, if they have their way, if there was anything they could enact, they wanted to rubbish your family name. But in the end, they have rubbished themselves. And right now, they are hungry. That hunger, even as they had a pot belly, that hunger is lacking the capacity to misuse power, to oppress even the best collection among us. So the day I hear that those who were so powerful yesterday are now hungry, I say, may this hunger remain until they return to their creator. And look at it. Today you are here, you have the honor of Nigeria Vice President be in attendance to celebrate your birthday. Can you expect more? Why those who want to rubbish you remain in hunger? And after some time, they will be starving. You have the secretary to government, you have the chief of staff. Are they we anonymous? So Adiza, this is the reward of listening and imbibing the best.
That's Adam's Oshiomhole. But is that the way the ADC guys are seeing it? Of course not. Presently, right, it is believed that PDP is a shadow of his former self, so compromised enough that even their governors are being suspected to be planning to go and join ADC. Well, have you heard that, right? Bauchi governor is likely going to go and join ADC. Solo Makinde Ibadan is likely going to go and join ADC as well. And few others too. Don't take my word for it. Just kind of like hear it like I heard it somewhere. Or Maiyegun mentioned it. So that when it comes to pass, right, you won't get freaked out like, oh my God, Because it seems that they are being positioned to go and be the main opposition party that is fair enough to face Kolu in 2027. So their spokesperson is Bolaji Abdullahi. Okay, so he was with the Shehu earlier, I think, this evening, right? And it was like, they are getting there. They started in July 2025, and they believe that some of the big wigs that are joining them, the ones others are calling the relics, the dredge, okay, the spent forces, which are practically trying to leverage on the Peter Obi's obedient and other stuff, all those allegations, okay? So here is what Bolaji Abdullahi had to say in their preparation to be the main opposition to Kolu and on sitting.
For us in our studio. Thank you so much, Malam Abdullahi, for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much.
It's good to see you.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. It's good to see you. What a year! What a year it's been, 2025. It saw the alliances and some heavyweights coming together under the umbrella of the ADC, and it's seen someone like you who's been a former minister and who is a former governorship aspirant in your state coming to now speaking for the ruling, for the major opposition party now. I'm saying major opposition party now because suddenly the ADC seems to be a party to look out for. The PDP is falling apart. The Labour Party seems to not to find its feet, but the ADC seems to have had all of the major players from all of the opposition parties come under one umbrella. But in all of this, we've seen Dele Momodu also, interestingly, from Benin City, declared his, and you saw, interestingly, perhaps the first national chairman of the APC, Chief John Odege, receiving Dele Momodu in the ADC, into the ADC. Interesting times indeed. But how do you summarize the year 2025? I'm looking forward to 2026.
Well, thank you very much. 2025 was a very good year for us. It was a foundational year. As it were. When we started in July last year, in July of 2025, not many people thought we could go far. The ruling party itself dismissed us. They said, oh, these are just aggrieved people, and the coalition will collapse even before it had the chance to take off. And look at all the big men in their ranks. They're going to start fighting over who gets what. But 7 months after, in 2026, here we are, getting stronger than before. Look, I'm very confident that if you gather political scientists to study the trajectory of political party development, they will probably tell you that ADC has been one of the fastest growth in Nigerian political history. And the reason is not far-fetched. You mentioned all those different people joining our party and all. The reason is very clear. It is clear to everyone today there is only one option. The possibility of Nigerians having to continue with what the current APC government is doing under President Bola Tinubu is too scary to contemplate. In terms of what has happened to the lives and livelihood of Nigerians, in terms of what has happened to the image and reputation of this country, in terms of what has happened to the status of Nigeria as a leader of the black race the world over. Every Nigerian today who knows what Nigeria should be, what Nigeria used to represent in the past, and where we are today, we don't want what is going on to continue. So all these people you see joining our parties, these big wigs and political heavyweights, are also telling themselves that what is at stake is bigger than my individual ambition.
And this is not all about grabbing power for us in our studio.
We're not trying to grab power. We're just trying to rescue Nigeria, because the way Nigeria is going under this Tinubu and others, right? If we don't act and save Nigeria, there will be no Nigeria again. Our politicians, man. And it's sort of like makes somebody like me wonder sometimes that these politicians who put so much effort into getting into power, like taking power, they will do a lot. They will do propaganda, they will do lies, they will do bribery, they will do violence, they will do all things, including killing people. Then they get the power, only for them to become so clueless, because they will be more interested in themselves, the interest of the people that they are using, all these sweet talks, right? I don't know how that kind of like work easier. And the reason is this, why it works for them is because there is no consequences for betraying the people whenever they manage to win their trust. Several of them who have had the opportunity in the past, they've given the people the middle fingers, right? They've left people up so much. They've left people worse off than they were before they got into that power. But yeah, it's the opposition. So this is why he said they stand the chance of dethroning Tifnumbu. There is more. Yeah.
For us, our president should be here. Ministers should be doing those kind of jobs. 3 years after, we don't even have ambassador. They said they submitted some names sometimes ago, last year, that the National Assembly has cleared. Up till now, they have not posted a single one of them. And let me tell you, if they post them today, before they get their letter of credence, maybe end of 2026, before they resume formally and are able to function as ambassador, especially in first-class missions in the world, because the receiving countries will still have to vet them and agree that they are receiving them. Then before they issue them agreement and before they begin to function. All that has not happened. And this is why our president have to outsource diplomatic function and pay $9 million to a lobbyist, a lobbying firm, to do public relations for us. When Nigerians should be in the room talking for Nigeria, you have to hire people to
How do you encapsulate or summarize your own assessment of the Tinubu-led government over the last 2 years or more?
There's too much incompetence in the government. I don't know why.
In the government or in the presidency?
In the government. No. I mean, the president is competent. I'm not saying he's not competent. Individually, if you see him, you know he knows what. So, but there's too much incompetence.
How can a competent leader lead an incompetent government? Is that not contradictory?
No. You have the impression that he's overwhelmed. Really? You have the impression that...
But this is the man who says, I asked for it, I fought for it, I got it, blame me for whatever has happened. The president says he's up to the task.
We are blaming him.
But how can the president be overwhelmed when he says, this is the job that I asked for and I'm the one, the buck stop on my table, on my desk. That's what the president has said over and over again. How can he be overwhelmed?
This president is very competent in one thing. He's a very competent politician. And everything you see him say reflects that. He's a very competent politician, no doubt about that.
What about being a competent leader?
I'm not sure of. Because we can only judge by the evidence. A leader is primarily an empathetic person. It's someone that wakes up in the morning and think about the people. How are they feeling? When you think that there are policies you need to pursue, you ask yourself, these policies that I'm pursuing, how is it going to affect the life of an ordinary citizen under me? When someone dies in your country, you feel personally responsible that you have failed that individual because your primary job is to protect that person. But we don't see that.
But how do you describe it?
We don't see that.
Is our cup half full or half empty?
I'm not even sure we have a cup. That's the point I'm making.
The government says, look, that we have had a disastrous run. And
they've agreed that they've had a disastrous
they don't know in the past. Yeah. And they are coming on board to fix things, albeit a very difficult task of the revolutionary and reformist policy tendencies that they brought on board. And this is going to cause some immediate pains, which is going to be relieved after a time when these policies get into place. And you can see some very fantastic human beings like Wale Edun, the Minister of the Economy, you see, very erudite members of the cabinet that have a very strong profile, not only locally, but internationally, who are at the helm of affairs, people with integrity. But in all of this, the preaching that we've gotten from this government is that things might be tough, but it will get better. Are we being impatient with this government?
They have 4 years. They have 4 years. The Constitution of Nigeria provides for a 4-year tenure. There's nothing that guarantees that you will get another 4 years. What the Constitution provides for is a 4-year tenure. So whatever you are not able to do in 4 years, then you have not done. And that is why we have institutions to carry on whenever you stop. But what we are saying is that in 3 years out of 4, we have not seen anything that this administration has done that will give us confidence that the country is moving in the right direction.
I asked you that question, very much with a lot, with a lot of reasons why I asked the question, whether or not our cup is half empty or half full. And I'm very certain that you have embarked on house building projects. Yeah. And you know the pains, and those who understand these know that when you are building the foundation, it takes a long. In fact, if you're spending and giving the builder money to construct the foundation, you'll be worried whether they're stealing your money, because it does look like nothing is showing up. But when you start building the blocks, it goes up on you get to the lintel. And when you get to the lintel, the work slows down again because you start building the concrete. And now, the question I'm asking is that, is it a facade that we're seeing, or the real foundation that this government said he wants to build? Because over the years, things have been messed up, and things are, without wanting to use a dirty language, that we're in a mess.
Sure. Maybe some of that $9 million should be paid to you, because you seem to be doing a good job.
No, where things are good, we need to say where they are bad.
No, but you tell me one thing that they have done that is good. If President Bola Tinubu will be campaigning to Nigerians today, tell me one thing that they will say, oh, Nigerians, I have done this. This is a president that said, if after 2 years I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me.
So you think that this government is an absolute failure?
He said it. The president said it.
I'm saying that generally speaking, you think that the Tinubu government has been an absolute failure?
Nigerians have agreed that this government has failed. It is a consensus. And we in the opposition know that the responsibility that we have is to convince Nigerians that we can do better, that we have alternative ideas. Right. But the question of whether this administration has failed, that's a foregone conclusion.
That this government has failed?
Oh, it's a foregone conclusion.
Now,
our president should be...
Don't let any more show. That's enough. So are Nigerians saying that if Tinubu has failed? Yes, they are. But there are also Nigerians who are telling you that he's done so well. The Ronukus, for example, who are more concerned about what the opposition is doing. You know, they're like, even if Tinubu has failed, right? It is not in the place of the Atiku, El-Rufai, and others to say they want to now rescue Nigeria. But there is a Ronuku that is trending this afternoon, who I believe stated his own point, like he kind of like shared his own point, but he's a Tinubu supporter. So that's what makes it a little bit cringy, right? It's weird, right? Because you can't be a Tinubu supporter in this day and time, except that we know, you know, like you cannot shame the shameless in this regard. So they are very good in gaslighting people, like, you know, all of that, trying to whip up a sentiment, you know, sentiments that eventually make Tinubu not that bad. They will agree with you that, well, this boy is not that bad, or they will find somebody else to blame, right? But this level of rant of a Ronuku, I want to share it with you. He's a young guy.
After individual efforts to destroy Nigeria, crumble our economy, and put the life of Nigerians into unpalatable situations, now you are coming together to put collective efforts to ensure you destroy Nigeria finally. Imagine a coalition with Rauf Aregbesola, a man whose tenure as governor was characterized by non-payment of salaries, owing civil servants up to 36 months, with a lot of abandoned projects. Now you are coming to say you want to save the same Nigerians? During his time as Minister for Interior, we had a lot of prison break and even Even to get international passport, it will cost you several months with a lot of lobby. But now with the new Minister for Interior, I got my international passport in just 2 weeks with no extra charges, with no lobby. And now you are coming to form a coalition against the government that has brought this into place. You should be ashamed of yourself. Or a Dino Milaye, who after many years of being a senator, all he can show to the people of Kogi West as his achievement is the exotic cars in his car garage. No wonder the people of Kogi West rejected him in the last election. Someone who could not even deliver his own local government for himself. And you are now coming out to form a coalition. Imagine a Nasiru El-Rufai and a Rotimi Amechi in a coalition. People who were not fit to be in President Tinubu's cabinet because of their terrible track record. A Nasiru El-Rufai who, when he was governor, the people of Kaduna could not sleep with their 2 eyes closed because of insecurity. Today is banditry, tomorrow kidnapping. People were losing their lives and properties when you were governor of that state, and you are now coming back to form a coalition. Or a Rotimi Amechi who, when he was minister, ran Nigeria into debt, borrowing with no project to show forth. Your wife receives 4 billion naira on behalf of the people of the Niger Delta, yet there's no contribution to better the lives of these people. Rotimi Amechi should deal with the corruption in his house before saying he wants to save Nigerians. Rotimi Amechi and Nasiru El-Rufai could not make it to President Tinubu's cabinet because they lack integrity and competence. Addressing the division in the coalition, now the articulates are saying Atiku has to be president while Obi settles for vice. The obedience are also saying Obi has to be president while whoever settles for vice. But with this kind of coalition, I can tell you categorically that whoever goes first, Atiku for president or Obi for president, you are only trying to build Nigeria on a faulty foundation. Atiku that after 8 years of being vice president, his boss Obasanjo said that if he should approve Atiku's presidency, even God will not forgive him. That Atiku is such a thief. In fact, like this, the money Atiku stole from Nigerian government is enough to feed the entire population of Nigeria, the entire Nigerian population for the next 20 years. Imagine say we just wake up for money, they just serve everybody for the whole of Nigeria. Everybody, over 200 million population, they first serve all of us bread and egg. Afternoon time reach, they serve us pounded yam or bread and beans as you like it. And night reach, they just give us noodles, say something light for the night. And we continue to do them like that every day for the next 20 years. That is how much Atiku has stolen from Nigeria. Or is it Obi, a man that is very clueless, very deceitful, and has no conviction? One moment he's saying this, the next moment he's contradicting what he just said. No wonder he said even his own children, when he promises them, they will say, Daddy, write it down. Because we know tomorrow you will change mouth. A man that after being governor for 8 years in Anambra, his biggest achievement, his biggest bragging right is that he left money in Anambra coffers, a state that needed many financial intervention. You chose to keep the money in the bank, starving the people. You were getting interest off those monies in the bank, and you left the people stranded. Even with the coalition, Obi is still playing games. He has not resigned from Labour Party, yet he's forming coalition. Should the coalition not favor him, he will bounce back to Labour Party. Should the coalition favor him, he will cut off Labour Party. Can you imagine? Now, let's even imagine that Obi becomes president with the support of this coalition. Let's imagine that. Now, you want to become president with the support of an Atiku that has spent millions of dollars trying to become Nigerian president. Now, you are wanting him to spend more to make you president. Should you imagine? Where will he get all his monies back from? Is it not from the same government? How do you expect to survive leadership with that kind of support? Or a Rotimi Amechi and a Nasiru El-Rufai that could not make it to President Tinubu's cabinet because of their incompetence and their lack of credibility. Now they are giving you support. And should you imagine their support, how do you compensate them? Is it not from the same Nigerian government? You would have to settle them from the Nigerian pocket. Oh, you want to crumble this economy that this current administration is struggling to revive? You want to send us back? Because of your desperation to become president? You can never succeed as a president if you surround yourself with thieves, incompetent people, and mediocres. Nigerians, shine your eyes. Read.
Nuisance Lele.
So those are the people called the data boys, the Ronokus, right? They are very, very duplicitous and cunning. Somebody where they calculate, where they mention Atiku, a thief, El-Rufai, this, and then the black Amechi. They are the same people with Batawale, somebody who is indicted, not just by government, is indicted even by terrorists themselves as a terrorist sponsor. Is in Tinubu's government. Abacha Bagman, the guy that, Bagudu, the guy that, stolen. Should I say stolen or no? The guy that was in charge of the looted Abacha money, so the Abacha loot, billions of dollars looted by Abacha from Nigeria. So he happened to be one of those who get to know where the money was. So he got a deal where whenever he decided to release any of the Abacha loot, they will give him percentage, I think 10% or 20% or something. So, I mean, Tifnumbu himself, the druggie, right? I said I would stop saying that though, for a reason. I can't, because it's true. So when Yeronuku start pointing fingers like this, right, just pay attention very well, okay? You realize that the majority of the other fingers are pointing at, pointing at him, and they don't care. They have no shame in that regard. So if you are not on their side, you are coming to ruin Nigeria. These are the people who defended Bokwari for 8 years. And right now they are doing everything to make that Bokwari's 8 years like it never really existed, okay? Except when they feel like the northern Nigeria is coming for Tifnumbu, then they will start talking about the loot, the criminals, and how Bokwari destroyed Nigeria. Very, very duplicitous rogues, okay? Well, let's leave that. On the other hand, though, okay, we're talking, Shimu was talking about half cup, is our cup half full or half empty? And Bolaji Abdullahi said, you actually have no cup, if you come to think of it, before you can even start talking of whether it is half full or half empty. The situation you have right now in that contraption is worse than what some people can imagine. But the cope system, or the cope mentality of the people where they can feel like as much as it's not really affecting me directly, or I can still manage, then maybe it's not that severe. You have no cup. It's been stolen. They've taken everything from you. Everything else is just probably like seeking your blood, right? But yeah, everything is still left to people as well to decide. They say, I'm talking about Obi. Yesterday, Shegun Showomi, who I don't know if he's APC or if he's PDP, he paraded himself as one of the PDP stalwarts, though, right? He worked with Atifku in 2023. But right now, you have no idea whether it is with Skolu or is with Atifku or is still in PDP. So he has this to say about Obi and their 2027. A lot of them have been saying that, though, like what happened in 2023 is never going to happen again. Don't be deceived. Obi's wave of 2023 was just like a fluke. Right now, Tifnumbu has covered ground so much that, for example, in the eastern part of Nigeria, the Igbo governors are on board with a call, and this time around they are on board to deliver the eastern part of Nigeria to call his own presentation.
But those who think that the most dangerous opposition that Bola Tinubu could get and the APC in 2027 is Peter Obi.
No, man. Look, you see, in 2023, the people who were sitting in authority at governor's level in the Southeast, they were not that inspirational. You have to go back and look at the people that are sitting there now. Some of those leaders are delivering on value and they're delivering on assignment. They are inspirational leaders. None of those people can Peter run over like that. It's not as easy as that.
So Peter may not be able to get the figures.
Let me just
he got over 90% in the whole of South.
Let me land my thought. We created that movement, albeit at the back end, believing that we should be able to tour the glass ceiling so that our Southeastern brothers can know that we can get this done. Unfortunately, his inability to tame the excessive bigotry and the anger and the quarrels and all of his people has kind of like made a lot of people have a bit of a pushback. Hey, we'll see. They're going to have to count the votes. They're going to have to count the primary. And if you remember 2015, before they would do the primaries that they did in Lagos, you can always sometimes imagine that some people can pull an offset. If you remember the primary of 2023, Rotimi Amici came second. Never mind that the vice presidential candidate was also on that. So I've not spoken to Rotimi that much. But you know these things, I love to do it. So you go sort with that.
So again, somebody who also have no real electoral value, but they've managed to get themselves into the national politics as national data boys too, for They're like men for hire, sort of like mouth for hire, so to say. So right now everybody is freelancing, trying to see where the pendulum will swing, and then I see which side they are going to pitch their tent 2027. So everybody is going to be dropping their own think pieces everywhere. It's what I think. This is, some will be speaking with some level of authorities. Like, anyway, Atifu's son, Abba, also joined the Tifnumbu's camp today, which also made the news, by the way, you know, Atifu's son. And they said the guy is playing chess. You get, like, if he works for Tifnumbu as he's working for Tifnumbu, so if Tifnumbu gets his second term, the young man will, you know, will enjoy whatever the largesse that comes from that adventure. If Tifnumbu loses, and Atifu becomes the ADC candidate and he becomes your president, so the boy will still be the president's son. That's what some people are kind of like interpreting it as online. But this crucial time, right, you would probably think everybody should, at this point, you know, follow their pops. But Atifu put out a statement and said, my son is an adult. He could decide wherever he wants or wherever he wants. And I'm not going to be in his way. So, Abba.
Ushering and directing all coordinators from our association to join the ABC and work with President Tinubu. Thank you.
He said Abba now. So his name is Abba Atiku. Everything is cooking, like, you know, forming together on their road there to their 2027. Why Kolu is still away? You know, Kolu is still in Abu Dhabi. And Shitty Man has been very much like representing him in and outside Nigeria. That's not what we're going to talk about next. It's about the Armed Forces Remembrance Day that happened yesterday. I've seen quite a lot of videos of some of what transpired. I shared some yesterday, by the way, but there is one I didn't, but I found later. It is the presence of the retired Nigerian soldiers who were fighting for food right there at the venue of the Remembrance Day 2026. Army Remembrance Day, Military Remembrance Day. Okay. Army Remembrance Day 2026. Take a look at the retired soldiers.
We are just managing because the team was supposed to give us, they didn't give us. Yes, sir. We went to Berekete family for so many time. They were carried us to pension office. They said we should wait. Buhari will sign it. After Buhari, Tinubu will sign it. Up till now, we didn't get anything.
People will fight for Nigeria, led for Nigeria. Some of them, they have lifetime injuries, you get, like permanent disability, right? And yet, when you finally retire, what are you going to get? They had to fight for food at the venue of the military or army Remembrance Day. And they did the same. They have the Remembrance Day ceremony across the 36 states of Nigeria as well, not just Abuja. You know, state governors also did their own march past and the rest. There is one that is currently trending, right, where a governor of a state in northern part of Nigeria was also observing the guard of honor, you know, where the military will do the guard of honor for a VIP. But this time he wasn't observing the guard of honor of the regular military formation or military sort of, right? It was being introduced to some of the injured Nigerian soldiers. There is one that has got a lot of people talking. Watch this one.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do this thing now for him. Find out how much is it.
Original one? Yeah, okay. Okay, you know. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no problem. Just know the cost implication. I will give them.
So normally, right, the amputee soldier need prosthetic hand, this controlled one, right? But the other soldier is a man. That's what that guy was saying, telling the governor. He's a man, but he's already changing to a woman. So he needs operation to go back being a man. And that has thrown the social media into this frenzy. I'm not going to participate in that frenzy, right? So in Lagos, I shared with you, I think it was 2 days ago, when the Lagos state government, even though they denied it, right? Lagos state government was busy demolishing the properties of the people in Yakonde Estate in Lagos. And the demolition, similar to the ones we have witnessed in the last, in 2025, or these horrible ones, demolition in the middle of the night, rejecting all forms of government-approved documents, and land grabbing, to be precise, is what is going on. Some of them took to Alausa today to go and protest that, like others, so like Oronshoki people. The Yakonde Estate people are now protesting because they have been turned to homeless. In Lagos.
Okay.
I don't think that's Yoruba. I think that's Yegu also they are speaking, right? Yeah, they were there to protest the illegal demolition of their properties and without compensation whatsoever. So that's the modus operandi, isn't it? It is. Now let's leave that. And while I was taking my leave, I caught this street of Lagos. They said this is what Lagos can turn you into. And it's always going to be like a gradual,
Sorry, see one young one that who wants this woman? Who wants this woman?
Lagos can slowly, but surely turn you into that, like a raging combatant on the road, simply because everybody is managing their frustration, I would say, until you can't. And then you can't be a gentleman in Lagos. Not really. That's the first part of the video. But in the eastern part of Nigeria, they are sharing with us what they got from one honorable member. Half bag of rice for an entire community. Ahead.
somebody entering in a federal house in a mechanic. You got who picture it, but I'm proud by eating a picture. Yeah, what I video go to the whole community. Yeah, what I say, the whole community and the look at it. So, ona hono is Rosie, Otis Hagara, Yosi. Kinaka, Yawa, Mother, Ma, Udu here. Other I am, without the room. The person the Honorable Emeka Chinedu, the Honorable Emeka Chinedu, look at his picture. Look at his picture. You can see.
Honorable Emeka Chinedu sending the dividend of democracy. Yeah. And it can be that ridiculous, of course. And they will tell you that Honorable sent 50 bags of rice. And they have to share this between maybe 60, 70, or 80, or sometimes maybe 100 communities. So they have to divide it into two. That's not even a bag of rice. Nigerian politicians. Well, but in that same part of Eastern Nigeria, no, not even Eastern Nigeria, it is actually the Asagba of Asaba. It's got this to say though, they are appreciating Kolu. I thought I should show you.
Access roads leading to the second Niger Bridge. Today you are here again for another purpose altogether, and for a better one indeed, the commissioning of the CCTV monitoring system on this corridor. We want to commend you, and through you commend Mr. President for the good job that is being done around our axis, and still ask you that we want you to come back for something more. Let me say clearly, has been well articulated and enunciated, that the CCTV monitoring system will serve commendable purposes for us. Firstly, it will enhance security architecture along Asaba Anambra axis. Secondly, it will also help to prevent crime and criminality, especially vandalization. And we have noted that over a period of time, the major problem that maintenance of bridges of this nature, infrastructures of this nature encounter is one of vandalization. I believe with this will become a thing of the past, and we commend. We also note with a lot of encouragement that this has also been done, the third mainland bridge just recently. So it is something to be worthy of commendation, one that is worthy of admiration, and one that certainly stands out to renew hope of the people, and on that we will say well done.
So Devolumai is currently commissioning CCTV, setting up CCTV on his projects. I don't want to go into that. Anyway, so they are showing appreciation. And there's another one called Enugu. Is it called Enugu Charade? Not sure. Devolumai too. doing all of that in the eastern part of Nigeria, and they're saying this is Stephen's show of sincerity to the people of the eastern Nigeria, and therefore they are going to deliver millions of votes to him. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I'm finishing early again. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Right? So thanks for your time. So please remember, like and share the broadcast if you haven't already. And I'm going to put yesterday's replay back on tonight. So if you're still not, watch the replay from yours. You miss it. Thanks so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And let's meet again.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Maiyegun diary Politico. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun diary Maiyegun number one. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Bọ́ba bá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọlọ́pàá ti ń darí bá. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní
bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. oníkanṣá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o àyè.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
kì máa yí ṣe eré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. kì máa yí ṣe eré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́run ṣọ́ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù. lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù. bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. èèpo ọ̀bọ̀ lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti dọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bóyá. àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lápàrà ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì o. ẹni bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.